Okay. Good afternoon. So today in this session, we are going to discuss GS paper 4, which has recently been conducted by UPSC. So previously we had discussed a first reaction video where we have discussed the trends with respect to the paper. And today in this lecture, we are going to have a detailed discussion on the paper. We will try to understand how to answer the questions in a proper way. We will try to understand the structuring and the content that is required for the answer writing. I hope you all have checked the paper. I'm not sure about that, but I will definitely take ethics and essay sessions, but I'm not sure about Praram batch. But if I'm going to take, team will let you know about it. So have you checked the paper, the ethics paper? And should we start the session? We will resume the session within 5 minutes. हाँ बोला ठीक है Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible now? Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So today in this session, we are going to discuss about GS paper 4, which has recently been conducted by UPSC. Earlier, we had a brief discussion on the first reaction. We tried to analyze the trends. But here today, we are going to understand the demand of the question and how you can write your answers if you are going to write your mains. Okay. So these are the things that we are going to cover in today's lecture. So let's start our session. First, try to understand the trends, how the questions have been changed or from which area UPSC has asked the question. First, we will try to understand that, and after that, we will have a brief discussion on how to write an answer, an effective answer. And then we will go with the model answers so that you will be able to understand how to write a proper answer for the questions that UPSC has asked. Okay, so let's first start with the trends. In 2026, there are two questions from this particular part of the syllabus, ethics and human interface. Okay, so there are two questions. Earlier, like in 2025, there were 0 questions. There was no question from this particular part. But this year, they have asked 2 questions. Then, when we move to human value part of the syllabus, they have asked 4 questions this year. So, it has gained a huge weightage, this particular part. Most of the questions were from this part, around 4 questions. Earlier, it was just 1 question from this particular part of the syllabus. So, we need to understand the syllabus as well. Before, starting your preparation for any paper that is with respect to mains, UPSC has given you the syllabus. So, you need to be thorough with the syllabus. You need to know what is the syllabus. And then you are going to start your preparation. Okay. So, this year there is no question from attitude part. No question, 1 question from aptitude or foundational value part of the civil servant. Okay. And then from emotional intelligence, there was no question. Similarly, last year there was no question. For past 3 years, they haven't asked question from the emotional intelligence part. Although this part is very important in our answer writing or other aspect, but UPSC has not asked any direct question from this particular part. Then if we move to the contribution of moral thinkers and philosophers, this year there was no direct question. Indirectly, they have asked few questions like Shakespeare's part, but there was no direct question from this particular part. Last year, there were 3 quotation-based questions. This year, as we have seen, UPSC has not asked quotation-based questions. Only hardly 1 question was there with respect to the quotation. Okay. So, there is a shift with respect to that as well. There is no question on quotations. Now, if we move to the public and civil administration and value in ethics and public administration, there were 5 questions. So, it is almost same like last year there were 4 questions. Even before that, there were 3 questions. So, this year there are 5 questions. So, this part has had a maximum weightage. Every year UPSC has been asking question from this particular part. Okay? And if we move to the ethical issues in international relations, there were around 3 questions. Okay, there were around 3 questions with respect to international relation, war diplomacy, okay, war ethics. So some of the questions from this part as well, which we will discuss today. When we move to probity in governance, there were 0 questions. Last year there were 2 questions from this particular part. But this year UPSC has didn't ask any question from this particular part. From code of conduct, citizen charter, there was no question. There was no direct question from corruption part or this particular part of the syllabus. If we look for the case study part, then 2 case studies from the public sector part. Okay. There was 1 case study from individual morality and 3 from society. Issues that are there in the society. So this is a general trend about the paper. From which area UPSC has asked the questions. Okay. Now let's move to the next part. Before starting the session, I would like to discuss about answer writing. How to write an effective answer. Because mains is all about writing answer. And in answer writing, you need to know what are the things that are required. So what are those things that are required for answer writing? For example, if you have to write an effective answer, What are the things that you need to know? What are those areas that you need to be aware about answer writing? Anyone? What is important for answer writing? First, you need to understand the demand. What is the demand of the question? What else? What are the other things that are required for answer writing? You need to have a proper structure. With structure, what do we mean? What is the meaning of structure in answer writing? In structure, our focus is on having a proper introduction. Every answer must have a proper introduction, a body part. In body part, you fulfill the demand, where you write the content. Then we have a conclusion, where we try to end our answer. We will summarize each and everything that we have mentioned in our body part or in our answer. We will give it a optimistic view or a way forward view. Okay, so this is with respect to the structuring part of the answer writing. Now, if we move to the third part, then we need to focus on presentation. What comes under presentation? In presentation, our focus should be on using flowcharts wherever required. We should have proper headings, subheadings. There should be proper underline of the keywords or important parts. So this comes under the presentation part. So these are some of the basic things that we need to know about answer writing. Before starting any answer writing, we need to know these things. Like in answer, you have to fulfill the demand. Then you have to go for the structuring part. The answer should have a proper structure. Then your focus should be on presentation as well. Your answer should look presentable in nature. It should include proper flowcharts wherever required. It should have proper headings, subheadings. Then it should have proper, underlining of important keywords. So these are the basic things that you need to know about answer writing. Now further, if we move, there are other things that we need to know about answer writing. There are certain keywords. Keywords or tail words that UPSC mention in any question. These keywords can be discuss, ठीक है, describe, analyze, examine, critically examine, justify, etc. etc. ठीक है? So these are certain keywords that UPSC mentioned in the questions. So you need to know the meaning of these keywords. So whenever you are going to write any answer, you need to know the meaning of these keywords. Only when you know the meaning, then only you know the direction of the answer. So these are the some foundational concepts that you all need to know before starting answer writing. I hope it is clear up till now, because now we are going to go with the discussion, which is the main part of our session today. Okay, so now let's start with the first question. So what is the first question that UPSC has asked this year? So the first question is with respect to artificial intelligence. It was from the applied ethics part. Where we discuss about technology and its relation with ethics and governance. Relationship with ethics and governance. Okay, so this is from the applied ethics part. Now let's discuss the question. Owing to paucity of time, a university professor generates a PhD evaluation report using artificial intelligence and submits it with some modifications. So what this question says? Anyone from the chat? Anyone from the chat? So we need to understand the demand of the question. So they are saying, owing to paucity of time, a university professor generates a PhD evaluation report using artificial intelligence and submits it with some modification. So this year what UPSC has changed? They have used a case study before. They have given you the context. There is a case study and context. And based on that context, based on that premise, they have asked you the question. Now they are asking discuss. You have to discuss this from the perspective of accountability and integrity. How this decision of that professor impacts accountability and integrity. So our answer will be in that direction. Is it clear? Now how can we answer this particular question? Am I audible? So first we will start with the introduction part. So what is the introduction? What can we write in the introduction? First, you can start with basic about artificial intelligence. If you want to write about that, that could be a better introduction. You can start with that as well. But if you can also start with the context, like how this particular story links with the ethics. Okay, so you can start with that ethical evaluation requires intellectual honesty, accountability, and independent judgment. For example, that person has utilized the artificial intelligence, but in academic, if we talk about academic field, so there you have to use your proper judgment if you are evaluating any person. If you are giving your job to the technology, how is that going to justify your position? As a professor, you need to use your critical thinking. You need to analyze, give a human perspective into that. So that particular thing has been missing. So that is where you can write in your introduction. Academic evaluation requires intellectual honesty, accountability, and independent judgment. While artificial intelligence can assist in research and analysis, submitting an AI-generated evaluation report raises concern regarding professional integrity. So this particular instance of this particular professor, it raised the concern of professional integrity. How that professor has not been doing his or her duty and using the technology to substitute their work. So this is a general introduction that you can mention, like a brief summary about the question and how you understand the perspective. So that is what you have to write in the introduction part. Now in body part, what are the things that we are going to mention? So what is our question? Our question is about discuss this from perspective of accountability and integrity. Now the demand of the question will be with these two keywords only. Now here you have to mention how ethical issues from the perspective of accountability. So what are the issues with respect to accountability? That is what they have asked. Discuss this from the perspective of accountability and integrity. So we know this thing is wrong. Whatever professor has done, that thing is wrong. So we have to find the ethical issues for that. From what perspective? First is from accountability and then from integrity. So these are the two aspects. We need to find the ethical issues from these two perspectives. Okay. So what we are going to write? What are the ethical issues here? with respect to accountability? That particular professor has dilution of responsibility. He has diluted his responsibility. As a professor, it was his authority, it was his duty to, evaluate the report or evaluate the, findings. But he didn't do that. So what he did, he diluted his responsibility. So this is the first ethical issue with respect to accountability. He is accountable for the, evaluation of the report, but he didn't do that. So that means he didn't fulfill his duty or responsibility. So this is the first ethical issue that we can mention here. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, so what are the other ethical issues with respect to accountability here? There is a lack of transparency. How there is a lack of transparency? Professor has utilized the technology, but he didn't mention that in the report that I have utilized that AI. So in this way, there is a lack of transparency as well. He didn't openly tell about the thing that he has done. So this is the second ethical issue with respect to this particular aspect. Now, if we have to go for further points, what other points can be mentioned here with respect to accountability? Anyone from the chat? What are the other ethical issues with respect to accountability? Algorithm can be biased, AI can be biased in nature. Whatever information that you give to AI, that only they will judge you based on that information only. They cannot utilize their brain. They cannot utilize the extra information that might be, utilized by human beings. We use our logical thinking. Okay? Each and every person has a different mindset. With each evaluation, with each discussion, we come to new points. So here, there is a questionable judgment as well. AI generated content, it lacks the contextual understanding. A particular point can have a different meaning for different people. So that particular aspect is also missing here. Okay. So there is also other perspective, which is institutional trust. It is also undermining the trust of individuals. Okay. So there is a lack of institutional trust as well. Yeah, I don't know why students are not having a proper discussion here. But yeah, let's focus on the session. It will undermine the institutional trust. It will undermine the research purpose. It will undermine the spirit of research and scientific temper, which has been mentioned in our fundamental duties. It undermines that as well among the people. If you know that you are going for a PhD and here you are going to learn a lot of things, you are going for the different new researches. But if you are, still relying on the old technology or old knowledge that has been there with the AI, then how is that going to, benefit you? So it undermines the innovation as well. Okay, but here we have to write in the context of accountability, so it undermines the trust of institution. Okay, so these are the points that we have to mention in our answer. This is how you can write your answer. But there is a second part as well. What are the ethical issues from the perspective of integrity? So you need to know what are the other issues with respect to integrity. So you need to mention those points as well. Okay, so what are the points with respect to ethical issues from the perspective of integrity? How it impacts the integrity? Integrity simply means you have to fulfill your duty. Okay? But that doesn't mean you just have to fulfill your duty when you are in the office. It simply means you have to fulfill your duty even when you are not in the office. Even when nobody is watching you. So he has utilized the AI when no one was watching him. But that somehow impacts his integrity. Integrity simply means you have to be open about the things that you have done. Okay? So it impacts the integrity as well. It promotes academic dishonesty. It impacts the intellectual work, compromise the integrity. There are other issues with respect to biasness that I have already discussed. Like AI will check only that information that has been provided to it. It will not utilize its own brain because it doesn't have its own brain. Every information that we have provided them, they will judge your evaluation based on that. They will judge your report based on that only. So there might be a issue of biasness in the judgment. Okay, a person might, for example, I have given a report where I have given a different perspective, but the content, the information that AI has, that might be different. So he will judge me based on that information only. Is it going to be beneficial for me? it will impact the innovation, it will impact the creativity. Okay, so these are the issues with respect to the integrity. It violates the professional ethics as well. For example, as the professor, what is your duty? Your duty is to evaluate the performance of the candidate, but you are not doing that duty, so it violates your professional ethics as well. Okay, so these are the points that you have to mention in your answer. You can generate your own points. Okay, so this is how you have to write your answer. After writing these points, you have to conclude your answer. Okay, so after when you mention these points, then you have to go for the way forward. You can also mention the way forward here. Okay, before writing the conclusion. What is the way forward? What could have been done? What that professor could have done? That professor could have, had a openness. He must tell, to the institution that he has utilized the AI. Okay? He should, also include the human review as well. No total rely on technology itself. There should be a proper human review as well. You can utilize technology at the first instance, but then you should go with the human review as well. You should have a peer review. Okay? You should give a proper, you should, do your duty properly. You need to have a proper communication with the institution or student with respect to the utilization of AI technology. Okay, so these are certain way forward that you can mention in your answer, and then you have to conclude your answer. Here you don't have to criticize the technology. You just have to mention like technology must be used in a balanced way. You have to balance your perspective. In conclusion, always we need to be optimistic. You need to show the optimism. Like there is a positive side as well. Although we have certain challenges that we have discussed with respect to technology or misuse of technology, but still there are few, there is a part where technology can be utilized in a proper way. Like it has been mentioned here, AI can enhance academic efficiency, but it cannot replace the professional judgment, accountability and intellectual responsibility. And evaluation, ethical use requires balancing technology assistance with academic integrity. So he has been saying that it doesn't mean that you do not have to use the technology. You have to use the technology, but it should be balanced with the human review as well. Okay, there should be a human content. There should be a human touch in that. Okay, then only, because for example, AI will do that things only जो उसको बताया गया होगा, what it has been told. So it will lack the innovation, it will lack the creativity. For in research, for example, if somebody has been doing PhD, so that simply means they are, kind of scientists. They are researching. So if they are relying on AI technology, it will reduce the creativity and innovation. So we have to balance. We have to balance our use of technology with our own personal knowledge or personal reasoning. I hope this question is clear and how you have to write this answer. Here we have just stick with the demand of the question. We didn't try to, deviate our answer. Our focus relied on what have been asked in the question itself. So this is with respect to the first question. Now let's move to the second question that UPSC has asked in this paper. So what is the second question? A business house is working on a project that could displace a forest community from their habitat. So there is a case study here again. They are saying there is a business group. Okay? They are working on a project that could displace a forest community. मतलब, for example, a business group wants to have a project in a forest area where there are tribes as well. Okay? So they are saying a business house is working on a project that could displace a forest community. They are working in a forest, then there is a forest community that can be impacted या उनको displace करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? From their habitat, the place they are living in. ठीक है? So as the administrative officer of that district, what ethical challenges are you likely to face? Now they are asking you. They are asking for the analysis. What do you understand by this situation? For example, as a district administrator, there is a situation. A business house comes to you. He says that I am going to work on this particular forest, or I need to displace these people from this particular area. Now, as a district administrator, what are the ethical issues that you are going to face with respect to this particular case study? What are those issues? Ethical issues. So this is the demand of the question. Demand of the question is with respect to ethical challenges. So in this answer, you have to focus on ethical challenges only. So in body part, we are going to mention the ethical challenges only with respect to this case study. First, we have to start with the introduction. So what are the things that we can mention in the introduction? We can mention the context of the case study, what this case study is about or what the question is about. So we can start with the basic introduction about the question that has been asked by the examiner. So what they have asked: as a district administrator, the key ethical challenge is ensuring inclusive development while protecting environmental sustainability and right of vulnerable communities. Here they are giving a gist about the situation. As a district administrator, what is your responsibility? They are showing you your responsibility. Based on the responsibility, you are going to mention the ethical challenges. So introduction, you are just mentioning the responsibility of a district administrator. So this is how you have to write your introduction, providing a basic context or your responsibility as a public servant or as a district magistrate. I hope this is clear. Okay? So this is with respect to the introduction. So these are the things that we are going to mention in the introduction part. Now in the body part, we have to fulfill the demand. So what is the question? Question is asking about the ethical challenge to the public administrator. आप कल को DM बनते हैं, so what are the challenges in front of you? How you are going to handle this particular situation where a business house has been, doing a project in a forest area which has been displacing the tribal community living in that area. So what are those ethical challenges in front of you? You have to mention those ethical challenges. First ethical challenge, for example, forest. We know the issues. Okay, they are working in the forest area. Okay, so they are working in the forest area. So first challenge can be with respect to environment. You are clearing the forest. You are cutting down the trees. So first ethical challenge will be with respect to environmental sustainability. How we can protect the environment. This is the first challenge in front of that officer. How he can, balance the environment and development. Okay, so this is the first ethical challenge. Second ethical challenge, now in that forest area, there lives communities. There are communities. So this particular case study is talking about communities now, how they are displacing them. So the second issue is in front of officer is to protection the community rights. People of that particular area, how can district administrator protect their rights? Because they are displacing. They are going to lose their land. They are going to lose their livelihood. So now it is a challenge in front of district administrator how to protect their rights. Okay? So these are the two ethical challenges in front of the district administrator. Apart from that, now if these communities are going to face the issue of displacement. Now what other challenge comes to him? The other challenge will be with respect to rehabilitation. Now he has to think about the rehabilitation of those people. How he is going to rehabilitate them. How he is going to provide them the new houses, new area to live, new livelihood opportunities. Okay? So these are the issues. Then if he has to give the project to that business house, because development is also required, project approval, so he has to maintain the administrative neutrality as well. He cannot just give the project just because the business house has been, saying that we are going to develop that particular area. He need to show the neutrality as well between the rule of law and the empathy for the tribal community. He need to be neutral in that regard. He need to see whether that project is, economically viable or environmentally sustainable. So he has to ensure the balance. Okay, so we have to make the change. What are the stakeholders? And based on the stakeholders, we have to mention the challenges in front of the district administrator. Okay, what are the other challenges? Next challenges with respect to participatory governance. So he need to ensure that because there are people living in the particular area, their voice should also be heard. उनकी voice को भी सुनना पड़ेगा. So it should include the participatory governance, ensuring consultation and meaningful involvement of effective communities in the decision making. So it ensures the inclusive development. How to ensure that each and every voice is heard? That is also a challenge in front of that officer. What else? To ensure a intergenerational responsibility. Forests are not like something ki they can grow within 1 year or 2 years. You need 20 to 30 years to build a forest. So if you are going to cut down the forest, it will impact the next generational right as well. So he has that responsibility as well ki how to maintain the rights of new generation or the next generation. So these are the ethical challenges in front of that district administrator. So this is what they have asked in the question. What are the ethical challenges in front of the district administrator? I hope it is clear up till here. How you are going to mention, how you are going to structure your answer. You just have to stick with the demand of the question, whatever has been asked in the question. So this question has been asking, what ethical challenges are you likely to face? Because you are a district administrator, so what are the challenges that you are going to face? What are the issues in front of you? What are the things that you have to look into before making the judgment, before making the decision? Okay? And then you have to write the conclusion. How you are going to conclude this particular question. Okay? Before that, there was a case study mentioned in our test, MTS 2026, sectional test was there. Question number 12 was with respect to this particular case study, where this whole case study has been mentioned. So it has come from that particular paper of us. Okay, you can check the, our question paper. Our team had made a question that was with respect to this particular case study that UPSC has asked. Okay, then there was also a question or case study. A large-scale mining project is planned in a tribal-dominated area known for its rich biodiversity and pristine forest. The project promises economic growth and job opportunities, but it also poses a significant threat to the environment and the indigenous communities who depend on land for their sustenance, for their survival. So this question was from, this particular case study was from Prahar Ethics, page number 129. So if you have read the Prahar book, it was easy for you to answer this particular question. The question has been mentioned in our booklet as well. Okay, so you have to refer these books, you have to refer this content to analyze and how to understand the concepts that UPSC asks in the paper. Okay, now let's move to the next question. Second A. An endangered tribe has developed a severe skeletal deformity. There is a tribe which is endangered. They have developed a severe skeletal deformity. A university research has identified a mineral supplement as a possible remedy. That a mineral supplement can be a possible solution for that particular problem. Though clinical trials are yet to be conducted, but the question is the clinical trials have not been conducted yet. There is no clinical trial. Then they are asking, should the district magistrate use this research on the tribe? पहला question है कि, for example, now the situation is there is an endangered tribe. They are facing a skeletal deformity. There is a disease which has been causing skeletal deformity. Okay? Now a university has done a research on that particular disease, and now they have come up with the mineral supplement. There is a mineral supplement which can help with this particular problem. But the issue is this particular medicine. This is a medicine. Okay? But this medicine has not been clinically trialed or approved. There is no clinical trial. It has not been trialed on people. Okay? So there is no clinical trial. But they want to test it on the tribes. So now the question is, they have given a case study. Okay, there is a deformity. A researcher has developed the medicine. Now they want to give it to the people. But the problem is there is no clinical trial. How many times to complete ethics? To complete the syllabus? I think hardly you need 2 months, maximum 2 months. In 1 or 2 months, you can complete your ethics preparation. Okay, now let's move to the question. So the question is, should the district magistrate use this research on the tribes? First question they are asking ki, should district magistrate use this medicine on people? Okay, because there is no clinical trial. There is no evidence that this medicine can be effective. So they are asking, should you as a district magistrate allow this medicine on tribal people? This is the first question. And then second is, discuss from the perspective of medical ethics and administrative ethics. So the first question is whether you should use this medicine. Second, you have to give perspective from medical and administrative ethics. What are the issues with respect to medical ethics and administrative ethics in this particular case study? Okay, I hope this question is clear. Now, we have to start the answer. First, in introduction, we are going to give the premise. We are going to mention the case study or just a brief introduction, or maybe we can fulfill the first part of the question as well. The DM faces an ethical dilemma. Now, that particular DM has an ethical dilemma between urgent relief to a vulnerable community and adherence to medical safety standards and administrative responsibility. Now, what he has to do? He has to ensure that she should provide the relief to community or to adhere to medical safety and administrative responsibility. He cannot, use the medicine on people without any proper evidence and study. So, this is the first part of the, the gist of the question. Okay, now the first question is, should the district magistrate use this research on the tribe? What should be the answer? Whether that medicine should be used on people or not. Anyone? Should the district magistrate use that medicine on people, tribes, without clinical trial? Yes or no? If yes, then why? If no, then why? So, in the question, they are asking, should the district magistrate use this research on tribes? Discuss from perspective of medical and administrative ethics. Now, the DM has to decide from medical and administrative perspective only. So, your answer should be based on that. So, if your answer is yes, the district magistrate should use this medicine from the perspective of medical ethics. So, what are the justification for that? What are the justification that you are going to give? Ki yes, this medicine should be used on tribal people. So, what are those arguments? The arguments can be, first is, in medical ethics, there is a term called beneficence. Beneficence simply means do good for people, okay, and avoid them harm. That is the first part. Yes, you can use that research on the people because our first part of our medical ethics is key to give benefit to the people. So the first part we can show that key, yes, we want to do good for the people. That is why we want key, let's just try it on the people so that they can get the benefit out of it. It can benefit them. That is the first argument that you can give. Then you can also mention key, they are also facing the problem, the disease. If we are going to delay it, clinical trials can take a long time, a longer time. So if we are going to give that to them, it will give them a relief. Then next is urgency of need. Then there is an urgency. Severe deformity and endangered status justify exploring possible remedies. So we do not have other options because that particular tribe has been endangering. If we are not going to take immediate steps, it might lead to their extinction as well. So in case of urgency, we need to work on this particular thing. Okay? And then we have a other part, right to healthcare. Those tribal people need healthcare facilities. And this particular remedy has been ensuring that right to healthcare to those people. So based on these arguments, you can say yes, we can, the district administrator should, use this particular medicine on those people. Okay. Now let's move to the second part, which is no, avoid immediate use. Now this is the second part. Like for example, you can have a two perspective. Yes, we can utilize it. You can also say that no, we should not utilize it because there is no clinical trial. So it is non-maleficence. Non-maleficence simply means it is going to harm the people. There is no approved guarantee, there is no approved research that can show that this medicine can be helpful for the people. So it can have that negative impact based on the medical ethics itself. So these are few terms that are mentioned in the medical ethics. When we are going to study ethics paper, then we are going to discuss these terms with respect to medical ethics. Okay? So with respect to medical ethics, you can mention about non-maleficence. Untested medicines can cause grave harm to those people. We are not sure whether those medicines are going to work or not. So it is going to harm the people. It might harm them in a longer run. Then scientific validity. There is no clinical trial. Okay? There is no proper clinical trial. There is no proper confirmation. How can we give that medicine to people who, the medicine which we are not sure about? Okay? And then we have an informed consent. People are not aware about that particular thing. We do not have an informed consent of those people. Those people have not given their agreement. So if there is no proper agreement, there is no proper consent, how can we give this medicine to those people? Apart from that, there is other things as well. Standard drug, standard control authority. They go for clinical trial. So we didn't have taken the proper approval from them. There is no proper licensing of that particular drug. Without following any regulatory mechanism. These are the regulations. It ensures regulation. Before following any proper regulations, how can we give this medicine to the people? It will violate their right to live with dignity. Article 21, it violates that as well, their right to live with dignity. Okay? So these are certain issues with respect to giving that medicine to the tribes without their consent or without proper clinical trials. I hope it is clear up till here how we are going to write that answer. Now there are other perspective, which is administrative ethics. So our arguments with respect to administrative ethics, because in question they have asked us based on two perspectives, discuss from the perspective of medical ethics and administrative ethics. So with respect to medical ethics, we discussed about the regulations, we discussed about the fundamental rights, we discussed about the medical ethics part, we discussed about the informed consent. Now we have to discuss from the administrative ethics as well. So what are the issues with respect to administrative ethics? Now if he has to say yes to the research, say yes to the medicines that should be given to the tribals. So what are those justifications that you are going to give? Yes, we should utilize them from the administrative perspective as well. Because as a public servant, what is your duty? Your duty is to ensure public welfare. So those tribal people are facing that particular disease. Now it is your duty to ensure that public welfare is there. DM has a duty to protect the healthcare and well-being of those vulnerable citizens. So this is your duty. Based on that duty, you have to ensure that those people are getting the medical benefits. Okay? And then there is a compassionate governance. You need to show compassion toward those vulnerable people. Nobody is going to look after for them. We need to have a long wait. Okay? So as a public administrator, it has been expected from you to show the compassion toward the people. So it is your responsibility to ensure that those people are getting the adequate benefits. Then there is a responsive administrator. As an administrator, you need to be responsive in nature. If you know that there is a medicine available that can help those people, so you can take a risk to show the responsiveness that yes, I am going to work for them. I trust them. I am going to work for them. So these are with perspective to administrative ethics. Okay, as an administrator, what are your duties? And based on what ethical values you are going to take this decision. And then if you have to say no, I don't want to go with this particular decision, then what are those reasons that you can give? The reason can be rule of law, because there is no regulation. I have mentioned about CDSCO. There is no approval by this particular organization, this particular body. They have not given any approval. So it is against rule of law. You are not following rule of law. Okay? There is a proper standard operating procedure. For example, if any researchers has developed any medicine, that medicine should be approved first. There should be proper clinical trial. They should have a proper license. Then only you can give that medicine to the people. But if there is no proper clinical trial, who will be accountable for the death of those people who might die because of this medicine, because it is not clinically approved? So it is against rule of law. There is no accountability. That is what I have mentioned. There is no proper clinical trial. So who will be held accountable for this? You cannot held that particular researcher because there is no proper clinical trial. Whether the researcher will be accountable, whether the DM will be accountable, who will be accountable for the death of those people? There is no accountability. There is also an issue. So based on these decisions, we can say that this medicine should not be given to the people. Okay. Then the next is institutional oversight. You are overcoming the institutions. You are not, following the due process, the standard operating procedure that I have mentioned already. You are not going with the proper licensing. You are not going with proper clinical trials. There are no proper clinical trials. Okay? So it is oversighting the institutions. You are undermining their authority. You are undermining their regulation. Okay? So these are the arguments that you can mention in your answer to justify your stance. You can balance it. Like for example, it's totally up to you whether you want to take yes wala stand or you want to take no wala stand. But it is advisable to take a balanced approach. Mention both arguments. Because it will show that you are looking from both perspectives. You are not taking any extreme side. You are looking into both pros and cons. And based on that, you are taking the decision. Okay, so this is how you have to write your answer. Your answer should be balanced in nature. You have to give both sides of the arguments. Then you have to conclude your answer. In conclusion, you can mention what is the DM's responsibility and why you are justifying it. What are your arguments? So the DM should adopt a balanced approach. Facilitate ethical clinical evaluation. He should go for clinical evaluation and closely monitor the trials. He should help trials and directly administrating an untested remedy, ensuring rather than, मतलब he said that कि you should go for proper clinical evaluation, there should be proper clinical trial rather than just using that untested medicine on the tribal people. So they have been showing the way forward in the conclusion. This is how a district administrator should work. So this is with respect to this particular answer. This is how you have to structure this answer. This is how you have to put your content or your arguments in this particular answer. I hope this one is also clear. Now let's move to the next question. So what is the next question? Discuss how national security can be balanced with concerns of human rights. First, we need to understand why this question has been asked by UPSC. What is the foundation? What is the context of this question? Why UPSC has asked this question? As we see, number of issues that are happening in current. The number of countries who have been, in a war with other countries. There are wars-like situation. Some have war with other countries. Some have war, internal, civil wars within their own country. Okay? So based on these wars, what has been the argument of people? Some people are justifying it based on the national security, because war is justifiable based on national security. A country has to protect their national security. They have to protect their sovereignty. They have to protect their citizen. So this is the first argument. And then there are criticism as well of war. Some people say that war leads to death of people, okay, who are not even involved in the war. Common citizens are not involved, but still they have to face the repercussions. Their property has been damaged. Their livelihood has been taken. They lose their economy. They lose their cultural values. They lose their own people. So it impacts their human rights. So the question is with respect to discuss how national security can be balanced with human rights. For example, if there is a war, then how we can balance that with human rights. Now they are asking your opinion, how you can balance human rights with the national security. Both arguments can be balanced. Because sometimes war is justifiable. War is inevitable. It has to be taken place. But while having war, we need to ensure that we are not killing people. We are not violating human rights of other people. So these things we need to keep in our mind. Okay? So there the question is with respect to balancing. We have to balance the national security and human rights. So they're asking you, how can we balance both of them? You have to show, you have to give your opinions. How can we balance both national security and human rights? How can we do that? First, we have to start with the introduction. So in introduction, we can start with the national security, the meaning of national security and how both are intertwined with each other. So first is national security and human rights are complementary goals of a democratic state. In any democratic state, we have to protect both human rights and national security. We cannot compromise one for the sake of other. So they have been saying we have to balance both, because in a democratic society, both are important. While security ensures protection from external and internal threats, human rights uphold dignity, liberty and constitutional morality. So they are mentioning about both the aspects, national security and human rights, how they are useful for a society, why they are important. So in introduction, you have to mention their utility, you have to mention their significance or their importance in any society. And then we have to shift to the demand of the question. How your arguments? Here you have to fulfill the demand. Here you have to give the content. How can we balance that? You have to give different ways to balance that. How can we ensure balance between these, two aspects, national security and human rights? Anyone from the, viewers, how can we balance both? What are the ways to balance both the concepts? First, we can go with the rule of law. If we are following rule of law, that will ensure we are not harming any person's rights. Because in our constitution under Article 19, it has been mentioned that you cannot curtail somebody's rights. There are certain restrictions imposed on the state. Okay, you cannot violate certain people's fundamental rights. Okay? And only under certain exceptions you can, curtail those rights. That is based on national security, okay, morality or other issues like defamation or other points. Okay, so it has been mentioned in our constitution. So based on that, if we are following rule of law, if we are following things that are mentioned in our laws or in our constitution, because constitution protects what? It protects both national security and human rights. So if we are upholding laws or constitution, that is the one way to balance between both, because it restricts state to use their power, to use their excessive power. Okay? So for example, when we had a protest, even in that situation, it has been said that state cannot violate those fundamental rights. Citizen has right to protest. State cannot use their violence. State cannot curtail their voices. So this is how we can say that when we have rule of law, when we have a judiciary, when we have constitution, that protects the balance between both the concepts, national security and human rights. Okay? First we have to do is, we have to follow rule of law. Second, we have to follow due process of law. Whatever we are doing, it should have a proper procedure. With procedure, we need to focus on fundamental rights as well. Only those people who are, like terrorists, who are like, doing certain things, that should be held accountable. And even for that, there should be a proper investigation. You cannot, arrest somebody based on just arbitrary judgment. There should be a proper reason for that. There should be a proper investigation. There should be a proper following of procedure. There should be a proper standard operating procedure. Based on that only, you can, ensure that human rights are properly balanced with the national security. Because in a society, these rights should be protected. You need to protect those rights. You need to protect national security as well. Both of them are important for any society. Okay? So we need to ensure how we can balance them. If we are following rule of law, if we are following proper procedure, then only we can balance them. Apart from that, what are the other, points that can be mentioned? We can protect their privacy. Because in KS Puttaswamy case, the same thing happened. What they mentioned, they talk about protecting the right to privacy. That also comes under here, because right to privacy is also been protecting under our constitution. Okay? So if we are focusing on right to privacy, if we are focusing on these aspects, we are protecting the fundamental rights, and we are also protecting the national security. Okay? What else? How can we balance both? Even when we are on war, even when we are in a war-like situation, the focus should be on humanitarian approach. We need to provide proper access of medicine, food and shelter to the people who are affected. For example, if there is a war and there are certain people who are facing the consequences, so what is the responsibility of the state? We have to ensure that common people do not face the repercussion of the war. We need to ensure, we need to provide them basic facilities. So this is our duty. If we are going for humanitarian perspective, then we can ensure that those people can have benefit. Then only we can ensure there is a balance, because we will have war. War can be there, but we are ensuring that common people are not affected, because we are going for the humanitarian approach, where we are providing them the basic facilities. Then we have to ensure institutional accountability. If, for example, if there is a military in war, military is involved, political parties are involved, okay? Maybe government is involved. So we need to have a proper institutional mechanism to ensure that these people are not misusing their power. There should be proper rules and regulation for these people to use their power. If they are misusing their power, if they are, using their force on the common people, there should be proper mechanism to ensure that these people are not misusing their power. They should be held accountable for that. They should be punished for that. There are a number of laws for that. Okay? So these are the ways, because based on that, we can ensure a balance between these two concepts, which are human rights and national security. I hope this one is also clear. And then we have to conclude the answer. So what we are going to mention in the conclusion? Simple. We have to just give the significance. How in a society like in any democratic society, in any democratic country like India, both aspects are important. National security and human rights. And it is our duty to ensure that both are, properly balanced. No one is, hampered because of other one. Just to protect human rights, we cannot, impact our national security. We cannot let outer people to misuse that aspect of human rights. Because sometimes we see that USA interferes in India's matter. They say that India has been violating the human rights of certain people. But sometimes, just to protect our national security, we have to kill the terrorists. We have to kill the people who are misusing their power, who are creating the violence, who are creating the instability in the society. So we have to take those stand. Okay? So this is in that perspective. So this is how you have to write your answer. I hope this is clear, this particular question. Now let's move to the next question. Before that, there was a question from SRIJAN sectional test 3, question number 2b. It was from this perspective only. The Buddhist doctrine of Madhyam Pratipada, the middle path, is frequently viewed as a guide to personal spiritual moderation. Analyze its contemporary relevance as a pragmatic administrative tool for resolving conflicts between the state's demand for national security and citizens' rights. So this question was directly from this aspect only. Here we have linked it with the Buddhist doctrine, but if you see the question, this question is with respect to that only. How you are going to balance the national security and human rights, or rights of the citizen. Okay, so this is from our SRIJAN test. Now there is also other question from SRIJAN simulator test. Test number 8, question number 4a. The same question. Maintaining public order and protecting democratic freedoms are not contradictory objectives but require ethical balancing by public authorities. Identify the ethical dilemmas involved in managing public protest and discuss the role of restraints, institutional values in such situation. It is in the same lines. For example, that I have mentioned. Sometimes people go for the protest. Okay? In that situation also we have to look for the national security and the human rights. Those people who are protesting, they have their human rights. So those rights can be violated. So here we have to balance between both rights and national security. Okay? So this is with respect to that. This question was also from that particular part of the question. If you have given this SRIJAN simulator test, the question was directly from that part only. Okay? So now let's move to the next question, question number 3a. What is this question about? Dr. B.R. Ambedkar had cautioned that employing civil disobedience here means protest. That employing civil disobedience within a constitutional democracy equates to endorsing anarchy. He simply says if we allow people to protest, that leads to anarchy. Anarchy means there is no state authority. There is no state. There is no rule of law. Okay? It leads to anarchy. People's will be there. There is no government's rule. People decide whatever they want to do. So it simply says, B.R. Ambedkar says that employing civil disobedience within a constitutional democracy equates to endorsing anarchy. You are endorsing anarchy, a situation where there is no state, there is no government. You ensure that there is no government. People will rule. So he has been talking about that. How should modern democracies navigate the ethical dilemma posed by civil disobedience movement that aim to promote social justice against policies that may raise genuine concerns? So they are asking you a question. How should modern democracies, for example, modern democracies like countries like India, we are modern democracies, we are living in a modern society. So they are asking how should modern democracies navigate, okay? How they should work. Navigate means how they should work on these ethical dilemmas posed by civil disobedience. So how they should handle these protests that aim to promote social justice, okay? Or the policies that raise genuine concern. For example, recently we had seen the farm protest. We have recently seen the Jantar Mantar protest. These protests were against what? The laws made by the government. They held those protests to protect their fundamental rights, to protect their rights. Okay? So the question is with respect to that only. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has been saying when you allow these protests, it creates anarchy in the society. It undermines the authority of the state. Nobody believes in the authority of state. So this, protest should not be encouraged. That is what B.R. Ambedkar has mentioned. So based on that, UPSC has asked question, how should modern democracies should navigate ethical dilemmas posed by civil disobedience movement that aim to promote? Now, how as a modern democracy, India should handle these protests? What are the ethical dilemmas with respect to this protest, and how a civil servant can handle those protests? Because we cannot ask to stop this protest, because these are the democratic right of the people. Article 19 talk about that our people has right to protest, peaceful protest. It has been mentioned in the Article 19. So we cannot curtail that. So they are asking how can we handle this protest. So this is the question with respect to B.R. Ambedkar's judgment or his views. So first we will start with the introduction. So what are we going to write in the introduction? Sure, Kartik, we will discuss about that. Okay, first let's discuss this, have a detailed discussion on the answer writing, and then I'll help you with respect to the ethics. Okay, you are preparing for UPSC, I'll definitely help you with that. You can ask your question in the end of the session and I'll answer you whatever doubt that you have. Okay. Now let's focus on the question. So I hope you all have understood the demand of the question, because first part in answer writing is understanding the demand. So we have understood the demand. They are asking how should a modern democracy should handle the protest. This is the first part, first demand of the question. Now we have to structure the answer. We have to have a proper structure. So first we are going to write the introduction. So what is the introduction? Civil disobedience. We can start with the meaning of civil disobedience. What does it signify? What is the significance of civil disobedience? Because this is the core demand of the question. So the core demand of the question we are going to mention in a gist in the introduction part. But the demand we will fulfill in the body part. So here what we are going to mention about the civil disobedience movement. So civil disobedience refers to the deliberate and non-violent violation of laws to oppose perceived injustice. So you know that during independence time, Mahatma Gandhi ji has conducted the civil disobedience movement against the government, because government was not listening to them. They were violating their rights. So this civil disobedience movement is a movement, a non-violent violation of rights to oppose the injustice, because those laws made by the government were unjust in nature. So this is the simple meaning of civil disobedience. Okay, civil disobedience is a deliberate or non-violent violation of certain laws to ensure that there is no injustice in the society. Ambedkar cautioned that excessive reliance on such method may weaken constitutional institution. Okay, for example, if you are promoting these protests, then it will undermine the government. People will not trust the government. Then how are we going to regulate? How we are going to work? How we are going to function? If there is no government, there will be proper chaos. Nobody will listen to anyone. Those who have power, they will ensure their power on the poor people. But today, as a government, we have laws. They can maintain the law and order. But if there is no government, it will ensure anarchy. Anarchy means a situation where people are fighting with each other. There is proper chaos in the society. Okay? So this is the general introduction where you are going to mention that the meaning of civil disobedience and how Ambedkar has cautioned that. How he has mentioned that there are problems with respect to that. So this is our introduction. This is how you can mention the introduction. You can also just mention the meaning of civil disobedience. What is the general meaning of civil disobedience? That can also be your basic introduction. Now we have to fulfill the demand of the question. So what is the demand of the question? We have to show the balance between ensuring the protest and uphold the democratic institution, so that it doesn't lead to anarchy. We have to show that how protest can lead to social justice without impacting the rights of the citizen. So this is the basic demand of the question. Now we have to give our arguments for that. How we can ensure that? How we can ensure that these protests are working in effective way or in a balanced way without undermining the democratic institutions. First, these protests should be focused on constitutional methods. They should not undermine the constitutional values. For example, recent Jantar Mantar protest, people try to enter the parliament. So if they are trying to enter the parliament, they need to ensure that it is against the constitutional values. Constitution has not given you power to enter the parliament. They have just given you the power to protest peacefully, to raise your concerns. You cannot just invade the parliament which has been in session to ask to go for the violent means. Okay? So first is, if you have to ensure balance, you have to go for the constitutional methods, both for the government and for the people. If the government has been doing certain things, if they have been making certain laws, they have to ensure that those laws are in respect to the constitution itself. Okay? They cannot make arbitrary laws. So these are the issues that you have to mention here. Okay? First is, we have to respect for constitutional methods. Grievances should primarily be addressed through parliament, courts, elections and dialogues. Okay? We need to protect the constitutional values. Even if people are been facing certain issues, we need to go for constitutional methods. Okay? We need to go for the dialogues and discussions instead of just dissenting the voices. Then there is a recognition of peaceful dissent. We need to give recognition to the peaceful protest. People can have peaceful protest. Okay? There is no substitute for that. If I have certain issues with the government, I can go for the protest, but that protest should be peaceful in nature. You cannot use the violent methods, because even in our constitution it has been mentioned that you have right to protest. Okay? You have right to protest, which is peacefully. Okay? So if you are focusing on these aspects, that will ensure the balance between having protest and protecting the democratic institutions. Then we have to maintain public order. Protest should be remain peaceful in nature. They should not be violent in nature. Okay? And then we have other parts, which is protection of minority voices. Even in these cases, we should not misuse our power. We should not misuse our power to curtailing the voice of the minority community. We need to protect their rights as well. Okay, so this is how we have to mention our answer. We have to holistically cover the question. We have to holistically cover the demand of the question. Proportionate state response. State's response should be proportionate in nature. They cannot use their power arbitrarily in nature. There should not be arbitrary use of power. Power should not be misused. State should also be held accountable for their action. And here in our constitution we have Supreme Court. We have judiciary that ensures checks and balances on power of the state. If state has been misusing their power, then Supreme Court can hold them accountable utilizing those methods. Similarly, we have opposition. They can use question hour session. They can use the 0-hour session to hold government accountable, because government should not be given free hand. If they will be given free hand, it will lead to chaos. For example, we have seen the case of Hitler, Mussolini. They have done the same thing because people didn't question them. So in any democracy, people need to question the government. So there should be a proportionate government response. Government should not be given a free hand. They should be questioned for the actions that they take. So this is how you have to put your arguments to show that how we can balance the protest and protect our democratic institution. People have right to protest, but even with that, we need to protect the democratic institutions as well. We cannot let them, be diluted. So this is the general demand of the question. Now, then we have to conclude our answer. We have to mention a conclusion where we have to show that how a democracy requires a balance between constitutional process, where people can have a dissent, where people can raise their voice, and this is the only way we can protect the democratic society. Okay? Because a democratic society works on these principles only. Okay? So I hope this question is also clear. Now let's move to the next question. So what is the next question? Third B. In what ways can an Indian administrative officer apply Gandhian notion of trusteeship to ensure fairness in the governance? It's a direct question. Okay? It is a direct question from the syllabus itself. It is on the same line like the other questions. Direct question. If you have read about Gandhian trusteeship model, then it is easy for you to answer. Okay? Because even if you don't have a understanding about the meaning of this particular term, then it will be difficult for you to answer this particular question. So first you need to know the meaning of trusteeship. So by trusteeship, what does it mean? Okay? So if we have to start the answer, we will first start with the meaning of trusteeship. What is the meaning of trusteeship? It is based on this particular sentence, particular word, which means trustee. Means you are a trustee. Trustee का simply मतलब क्या होता है? It simply means you are a custodian. You are a custodian of that particular thing. For example, if I have a 1 crore amount of money, then this is not my money. I am just a custodian of that particular. I am just protecting this money. For whom? For social justice or for other people's welfare. So I will utilize only that amount of money which is required for my needs, and rest of the money I'll go for the social justice. This is the general meaning of trusteeship model by Gandhiji. He said that even if you are earning a lot, you should utilize only that money for yourself. Rest of the money should be go for the social welfare or public welfare. If we see the provision of taxation in India, that works on the same model, same trusteeship model. Okay? As a person, I am earning maybe in 20 lakhs. So in India we have a 12 lakh ceiling. People who have been earning more than 12 lakh, they have to give the tax. So means 12 lakh is money for me. If I am earning more than that, I have to put, government will tax me, and that tax money will be go for the social welfare. That is the simple meaning of trusteeship model of the Gandhiji. Ki you have to contribute for the social justice. You are custodian of that money. That is not your money. You have to promote the social welfare. Okay? So this is the general meaning of trusteeship. So here you will start with the introduction, where you are going to mention the meaning of trusteeship, which has been given by the Gandhiji. Okay? Now, what is the demand of the question? So they are asking, in what ways can an Indian administrative officer apply this trusteeship model in governance? Now we have to utilize it in the governance. How can we utilize it? Now you have to give arguments for that. How this particular model can help in governance. What are the benefits of this model? If a particular civil servant utilize this model in governance, how is it going to help? So that is what we have to understand here. First is, it will promote the public interest. Okay? For example, as a public administrator, as a civil servant, what is expected out of you? That you have to work for the people, you have to work for the public. So if you have this thing in mind, ki you are just a custodian, you are just a trustee, that simply means you are the servant of the people. So it will promote the public interest, because you have that mentality. You know that you are not the owner, you are not somebody in power, you are not somebody in authority. People have that power. So you will work for public interest. So first is, it will go for the public interest. If you are focusing on trusteeship model, it promotes public interest. It ensures equity and inclusion, because it will include even weaker sections. How? In trusteeship model, what Gandhiji has said, he has mentioned that your money is not your money. You have to promote it for the social justice, for the weaker section of the society. So who are those weaker section? People who are maybe poor, people who are from the minority community. So if you have more money, you have to contribute for the other people as well. And by doing that, what will it promote? It will promote inclusive governance. It will promote benefit to the each and every section of the society. Those people who are in poor condition, they will also get the benefit. For example, in India, we have DPSPs. DPS is called for social justice, social welfare. That is also based on Gandhian trusteeship model. They say that government, the money that government has been taking from the taxation, that money should be given to the people. People are, willingly giving their taxation to the government, so that it helps the poor people of the society. So it ensures inclusion. It gives benefit to each and every section. So you can link DPSPs here as well. And then next part is, it ensures accountability. It ensures transparency. For example, if you focus on trusteeship model says that you need to work for the people of the society. When you are sure, when you know that you have to work for the society, then you will ensure the transparency as well. You will work for the society, then it will ensure accountability as well. It will reduce the chances of corruption, because you are morally right, you are ethically, you have those ethical values, which shows that you have to work for the people. You believe in that model. So it will ensure transparency as well. It will ensure accountability as well. It will make you a better human being. Okay? What it also it do is empathy toward vulnerable groups. Now, for example, as a civil servant, if you believe in trusteeship model, what would you do? You would do work for the other section of the people, those who are in need. So that shows the empathy toward the vulnerable section, empathy toward the people who are in the need. It will promote ethical governance. Okay? It will ensure participatory governance, because here each and every section of the society is participating in the governance. You are participating in the governance. People who are from well-off family, they are contributing in the governance. They are contributing for the benefit, social welfare of the other people. So this is how you are going to give your arguments. Okay? I hope this is clear. How you can utilize trusteeship model in the governance. How it is going to help. Significance of trusteeship model in governance. Okay? And then we have to mention the conclusion. In conclusion, you just have to give the significance of the trusteeship model. Trusteeship enables administrator to transform authority into public service, ensuring governance based on fairness, accountability, and social welfare. Because in trusteeship, our focus is on fairness, accountability, and social justice, to do good for the people. Okay? It makes you a better human being. It makes you an ethical human being. Because you are thinking about the people. You are not thinking about your own self-interest. You know that the money that I have, you simply know the money that I have, it's not my money. I have to do it for the social welfare. I have to utilize it for the social welfare. So this is how The model of trusteeship given by Gandhiji helps you in the governance. So in Prahar Ethics, page number 72, this particular concept has been mentioned, trusteeship. So if you have read this book, it will be easy for you to, cover this particular question, to answer this particular question. Okay? Now let's move to the other question, that is third C. So this was the only quotation based question that was in the paper. There was no other quotation based question in the paper. So now let's understand the meaning of this question. Shakespeare in Henry IV says, the arms are fair when the intent of bearing them is just. So he has been justifying the use of violence, or maybe justification of war. He has been justifying the war. He said that arms are fair when the intent of bearing them is just. He said they are fair. War is fair if the intention is just. If your intention is to promote the justice, then war is fair. For example, if we have from history the example of French Revolution, we have example of American Revolution, we have example of Indian Independence Movement. Indian Independence Movement. Here we have seen the violence. Here we have seen the arms used by people. But what was the purpose of that rebellion? What was the purpose of that war? To ensure the justice in the society. Okay? So that is what Shakespeare has been saying. In some cases, the use of arms is justifiable if the intention is just. If your outcome is just. If you want to promote the social welfare, then in those instances, the use of violence, the use of arms is just. It is not wrong. It is fair. Okay, so this is the general meaning of the quotation. So the question is, what ethical implications does this have in governance? So they are asking it in the context of governance. Now you have to show what are the implications of using violence for the just means. So you have to show the implications. Here you can mention both positive and negative implications. That is totally up to you. So the demand of the question is, what is the question? What are the ethical implications does this have in governance? If you are using violence, if you are using arms to ensure justice, how it is going to impact the governance? So this is the demand of the question. So we have to first start with the introduction. In the introduction, you just have to explain the meaning of this statement, what Shakespeare wants to say. In his book, he has mentioned that Shakespeare's statement highlights that principle that morality of an action depends on its intention and purpose. He said that if you want to judge an action, that whether that action is moral, ethical, then you have to show the intent as well. You have to look into the intent of that action. What is the intention behind it? Why that person has raised the arm? So if the intention is right, if the intention is to promote the social justice, then that particular armed rebellion is not wrong. Okay? So in governance, the use of authority or coercive power is ethical only when it is directed towards justice and public welfare. For example, in India, when our government uses forces against Naxalism, forces against militancy, forces against infiltration, that thing is justified because here the focus is on promoting the justice. We want to create a stable society. We want to create a peaceful society. We need to ensure the national interest. So in that particular situation, the use of arm is justified. It is fair. So this is the simple meaning of that particular statement. So I have given you the example to understand it. What is the meaning of this particular statement? Okay, so in introduction, you have to explain the meaning. That will be your introduction. And then in the body part, you have to go with the proper heading to fulfill the demand of the question. So what is the demand? Ethical implication in governance. This is what they have asked. What are the ethical implication this particular statement has in governance? So what are the ethical implications? Implication simply means consequences. What are its consequences? First is public trust as a purpose. They are saying that state power should be used to protect citizens. For example, it shows the purpose of public interest. If government has been using power to promoting public justice, public good, then that purpose is right. Okay? So in implication, you can mention the public interest as a purpose. Legitimate use of authority. It ensures that power is utilized in a legitimate manner, which means in a lawful manner. ठीक है? These are the implications. These are the consequences. ठीक है? अगर हम इस statement को लेके चलते हैं, if we are using this statement, if we are using arms only in that case which are justice, what will it promote? इसके consequences क्या होंगे? Its consequences will be public interest will be purpose. Our focus will be on public interest. The public servant who has been utilizing their power, his focus will be on public interest. Only then he will utilize that power. ठीक है? So this is the first implication. Second is it will ensure the legitimate use of authority. It will ensure the lawful use of power, lawful use of government authority, because government has been utilizing that power only when it is needed. They are not using it in an arbitrary manner. Okay? So here the simple meaning of this particular quotation is ki how government has been legitimately or using the arms only just for the promotion of social welfare and justice in the society. Other part is means and end relationship. A just objective doesn't justify unethical method. For example, here they are focusing on, for example, the government will just not focus on ends, it will also go for the means कि आपका mean भी सही होना चाहिए. Your mean should be ethical in nature. So if we are using this quotation, if we keep this quotation in mind, and based on that we are taking any decision, we will focus on both means and ends. We will try to balance both the aspects. We will not just look for the end goal. We will look for the means as well. What is the path that we are taking? Our path will also be justified in nature. Your arms, if you are taking arms, you should have a proper reason for that. The reason should be just in nature. So our focus will be on both means and ends, not just on the ends only. Okay? It will also ensure the accountability of power. So if you know that you are utilizing power just for ensuring justice, it will ensure accountability as well. That person will be accountable because that person knows कि I am utilizing this power, I am answerable for using this power, so I know I have to utilize it in a just manner. So it will ensure accountability. It will ensure कि there is no misuse of power. There is no misuse of power. So these are the implications of that particular statement in governance. How that statement of Shakespeare ensures that we can have an ethical governance, because it will ensure public interest. Because if we are using arms, that will only for the public utility. For example, in protest like situations, sometimes when police use lathi charge, it is just to ensure the public safety. It is just to ensure that chaos can be controlled. It is just to ensure that external elements do not take benefit of that particular protest. So this is the general gist of that statement. It ensures public interest. It ensures that there is a legitimate use of power. For example, government can only utilize that power only when it is for the just method, just just outcome. Okay? For example, if I have given the example of Naxalism, so government has that authority, that legal authority to end the Naxalism, to end the terrorism, to end the militancy in the J&K region. So it ensures that legitimate use of power, because government know that we are doing it just for promoting the social justice in the society, just to ensure the peace in the society. Okay? So these are the arguments, these are the implications, these are the consequences of following that statement given by Shakespeare in the governance, because it will focus on public trust, it will focus on it will balance both means and ends. Its focus on promoting justice in the society. Its focus will be on promoting peace and stability in the society. It will also ensure the accountability of the people in power. I hope this part is also clear. This question, what is the demand of this question? How is it linked with the militancy? How is it linked with the protest? How we have linked it with the Naxalism? So this is how you can mention those aspects in your answer as well. Then in conclusion, you just have to mention the utility, its utility in the governance. So in governance, power is ethically justified only when it is exercised with right intention. If the intention is right, then power is right. This is a simple conclusion that you can mention in your answer. So we have covered 3 questions. So this part has also been covered in our Prahar booklet. If you see Prahar ethics booklet, page number 123, you will see ethics of war. Here, just war theory has been mentioned, where it has been said that war is just if the end result is just. If you are following the right path, if your intention is right, if your intention is to promote the justice in the society, then your war is just. You cannot, question that war. Sometimes we say that war is inevitable. It has to be done. It has to be, taken place. Some wars have to be taken place. For example, if we had to get the independence, India had to take the independence, we had to take the arms. Because without arms, it was not possible to take independence. Same for American Revolution, same for French Revolution. They had to raise the arms, they had to use the violence to promote justice in the society, because those people who were in power, they were misusing their power, they were misusing their authority. So in certain cases, it is required to raise the arms, even for the government, even for the citizen, even for the administrator. You have to just understand the context. If they are asking about citizens, then you can give these examples, American Revolution or others. If they're asking about government context, how governance can use this power, then we can mention about terrorism, we can mention about Naxalism, we can mention about, infiltration and those aspects. Okay, it's totally up to you. You need to understand the context, in which context they are asking the question, and then you have to mention your arguments. Okay, Now let's move to the question number 4. Fourth A. Citing the serious adverse effects. So they have given the case study. It is again a case study based question. As we know, this year UPSC has changed the pattern. So they have given a case study or context, and based on that they have asked the question. So what is the question? Citing the serious adverse effects of long-term medication, a doctor. There is a adverse effect of long-term medication. A doctor convinces the family of a female patient for surgery. Doctor convinced a female patient's family that this particular medication has some serious adverse impact on the body of that particular female patient. Okay? And based on those serious adverse effect, he has convinced the family that this female patient should go for the surgery. Okay? So this lead to the patient to reluctantly give consent. Now the patient didn't want to give the consent, but based on the opinion given by the doctor, this surgery is required because this person has been facing this, particular problem. So this lead to the patient to reluctantly matlab ki that person doesn't want it to give the consent, but as doctor has, pushed him, that doctor has pressurized them using their knowledge ki, this particular problem can have a adverse impact, so you have to go for the surgery. So to this lead to the patient to reluctantly consent for the surgery, though her original choice was to opt for medication. That patient wanted to go for medication, that person didn't want to go for surgery. But as doctor convinced her that this can lead to a serious consequences, that person had to give consent. Okay? So in that basis, so the question is, explain the concept of paternalism and beneficence by analyzing the doctor's action. Now here you have to analyze doctor's action. Was the action right or wrong? But based on two concepts, which is paternalism and beneficence. So if we see in our daily life, this question is in the context of cesarean section. C-section, na? Doctors sometimes do C-section in delivery cases. Okay? A delivery that can be done by a normal method. Sometimes recently we have seen that most of the patients are, giving birth by using a C-section method only, by doing the surgery only. So doctor kind of convince the patients. Patients sometimes want to go for a natural method, a normal delivery. But because of that pressure that government put on them, just for certain benefits. For example, they want to have a benefit for money benefits, or maybe sometimes there are adverse impacts. So it can be in that context as well. Or even in some other cases, if somebody has some minor ailment, so doctor will say that let's just go for the surgery. Even if that particular problem can be treated by medication. For example, if you have a renal stone, kidney mein stone ho jata hai, that sometimes can be treated by medication, but doctors sometimes say that you have to go for surgery. Team has prepared these model answers. We have a team and they prepare these model answers. Okay. So this is the question. Sometimes, what doctors do, they convince patients without their consent, and how those things can impact how those things have an ethical implication. So they have asked the question. What is the question? Explain the concept of paternalism and beneficence by analyzing the doctor's action. Now here you have to explain the concept of paternalism and beneficence by analyzing the doctor's action. First you have to give the explanation or meaning of these two concepts, and then based on those meaning you have to analyze doctor's action. Okay? I hope this question is clear. What is the meaning of this question? I have made you to understand the context as well. Like recently we have seen the C-section deliveries. So that context can be mentioned here. Not mention here, just to understand. It is in that direction. Now first you have to know the meaning of paternalism and beneficence. So what is the meaning of these two terms? Only then we will be able to write the answer. So here first we have to start with the introduction. What can be mentioned in the introduction? In the introduction, we can just mention a brief context of the story. Like for example, medical ethics, because the question is in the context of medical ethics, which is applied ethics part. Okay? So here we have to mention that medical ethics required patient autonomy, and sometimes it also focus on physician's duty to promote welfare. Okay? So here both principles should be balanced. For example, the paternalism and beneficence principle should be balanced. Okay? That is how we are going to write our introduction. We will show the balance between both the approaches. Now here we have to analyze, based on this particular case study, we have to analyze doctor's action based on these two terms. So first let's try to understand the meaning of the term paternalism. So what is the meaning of paternalism? Paternalism means when a person in power or authority pressurized someone to take decision. Now the decision will be based on a person in power and authority. For example, a doctor is a person of knowledge. He has a knowledge of medical science. So if a doctor has been saying you need a surgery, then a person who didn't want to go for the surgery, but he will be convinced because he has a fear of threat of life. He will feel that if I'll say no, I might it might lead to a greater cause in a long term. So here the patient's decision, the choice of the patient or the choice of other person is violated or manipulated by a person in power. It can be anyone. But in medical ethics, we talk about how doctors use their knowledge, use their authority to convince other person. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm preparing for UPSC. I need your guidance. Okay. So here the paternalism simply means here the choice of patient is undermined or manipulated by person in power to ensure welfare. Here intention can be varied. For example, here the intention of doctor is to ensure the welfare, a healthcare benefit to the women. Okay, so paternalism simply means here the person in authority has been utilizing their knowledge to change the decision of a person. That is the simple meaning of paternalism. So there is a other term which is beneficence. It simply means to promote welfare or good health or not to harm other person. So this is the general meaning of these two terms. Now based on these two concepts, we have to analyze doctor section. First is paternalism, where doctor has curtailed the choice of the patient. Now what are the implications of this particular aspect, paternalism? How this particular paternalism has impacted the choice of the patient. Now here we are going to understand paternalism, medical judgment, how this particular statement or this particular phenomena has impacted this particular situation. Here choice substitution. Here the choice of patient is substituted. Now that particular patient, she didn't want to go for the surgery. But now as doctor has mentioned that it might lead to adverse impact. So it undermines the choice of the patient. So doctor judgment overrides the patient's preference. So now patient who wanted to go for the medication, now they have to go for the surgery. So it somehow impacts their choice. It impacts the choice of the patient. Other implication, protective intervention. Sometimes it can also be seen as for example, in a good intention. For example, if doctor has mentioned that it can have an adverse impact, then its implication can be in preventive nature as well. The doctor wanted to prevent the future ailments that can be due to this particular medication or maybe due to this particular issue. Maybe in that situation the surgery was required, the surgery was necessary. So it can be taken in a positive outlook as well. It can also have a family influence. Persuading relatives can pressure the patient. For example, here the other implication is you are persuading the family as well. You are persuading the family to impact the choice of the patient. So this is how paternalism is impacting the choice of the patient. It might lead to a harm to the patient in the longer term. So it can have both sides. You can mention both sides ki how it can impact the patient, or you have to judge the doctor's action ki how doctor's action has undermined the choice of the family, choice of the patient, and overriding their judgment. So this is a simple answer. This is how you have to structure your answer. You don't have to write like this model answer. Do not look into this, but here you just have to first mention the meaning of beneficence and paternalism. In this answer, you just have to first mention the meaning. What do you mean by that? ठीक है, meaning, and then you have to analyze doctor's action. Was doctor's action justified or not? Doctor's action. So in paternalism, we have said that how it violates the doctor's action, violate preference of patient. It curtail their fundamental rights, which is article 19 or 21. ठीक है, it impacts their choice. इसका positive side भी you can mention कि how in some cases it is required to prevent future ailments. Future में there can be ailments, so just to avoid them, for the preventive care, the doctor's action can be justified here. The paternalism can be justified here. Model answers prepares in model time. Sorry. Okay. So in beneficence, here you have to mention the meaning. Ki what is the meaning? Ki to promote welfare. And then you have to analyze doctor's action. Was doctor's action justifiable or not? So if we look from the beneficence point, ki doctor wanted to ensure the welfare. So what are the implication of that the implication of that judgment by doctor? Just to ensure welfare, prevent future ailment, ठीक है, right to health, moral and ethical responsibility of doctor. That has been mentioned in code of conduct of doctors. का जो code of conduct होता है, sometimes they have to tell the patient in advance that this particular condition can lead to further damage. So in order to ensure that that person doesn't have to face the future ailments, so they can go for the beneficence as well. ठीक है? So this is how you have to answer here this particular question. You don't go with this model answer. ठीक है? So there is a case study, SRIJAN daily test था, test question number 6, test number 27. There was this case study with respect to this particular aspect. A gynecological department, a government medical college, they have pressurized the female patient to go for the surgery. ठीक है? So this particular case study from SRIJAN daily test, test 27, question number 6 was from this particular case study. So if you have referred this, if you have given that particular test, so you would have been able to solve this question. ठीक है? Now let's move to the next question. The next question is, efficiency is doing things right while effectiveness is doing the right thing. How do you strike a balance between these two to enhance the productivity? Here the question is with respect to two concepts, which is efficiency and effectiveness. ठीक है? They have mentioned कि what do they mean? Efficiency simply means doing things right, while effectiveness means doing things right. ठीक है? Doing the right thing. ठीक है? Now we will try to understand the meaning of these two terms. Now they are asking, how do you strike a balance between these two enhance productivity? कि how you can balance these two to enhance the productivity. So first we have to understand the meaning of efficiency and effectiveness. Efficiency means it focus on goal and outcome. For example, if you want to ensure social justice, ठीक है, so your goal is social justice. You want to promote inclusive governance. Your focus is on inclusive governance. कि each and every section of the society can get benefit of this particular scheme of the government. This is your effectiveness. ठीक है, you have a goal, you have to target that in this particular time period I will cover this particular goal. There is a particular time period, there is a particular framework, ठीक है, for achieving that particular goal. ठीक है, this is with respect to effectiveness. To do the right thing, you have to do the right thing. Right thing is to ensure social justice or inclusive growth. That is the right thing. Now, how to get that right thing? How? It focuses on how you can use that. Here the focus is on utilization of resources. Efficiency कब आती है? जब आप wastage कम करते हो. When the wastage will be low, you will complete the project even before timeline. If here you have mentioned that I will complete this project in 1 year, efficiency means that you complete the project before 1 year. Here the target of the project is that you will use 200 crore rupees. In efficiency, here the focus will be on you will utilize 150 crore rupees to fulfill that project, means you reduce the wastage. So this is the general difference between effectiveness and efficiency. Here efficiency focus on resource minimization, better utilization of resources. Effectiveness simply means you have to fulfill this objective. This is the goal, this is the objective, I have to fulfill this. How you are fulfilling that objective? With minimal use of resources, with minimum wastage of resources. That is how efficiency means. Efficiency means कि आप कौन सा काम कितने अच्छे से कर रहे हो with minimal waste. ठीक है, so this is the simple meaning. So now what is the question? The question is efficiency is doing right thing, is doing things right, while effectiveness is doing the things right. How do you strike a balance between these two to enhance productivity? Now we have to ensure that how these things are balanced. For that we have to understand how we can balance them. First is there should be a proper goal. If we have a proper goal, if we know this is our goal, we have to go for the inclusive governance. If our goal is clear, then there can be efficiency, there can be effectiveness, it can lead to a enhanced productivity. Productivity कब आएगी? When we are sure that this is our goal, this is the thing that we have to do. Hello, ठीक है? Then only we can strike a balance between two. We have to prioritize. If we have 5 or 4 goals, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goals. Now we know this goal is important. So we have to prioritize the goals जहाँ पे wastage कम हो. Yeah, these are the two sides of the same coin. Very good, Irfan. Very good. ठीक है? So here we have to prioritize. We have to prioritize. First we have to set the goals, then we have to prioritize. Then we have to focus on outcome. What is the outcome? Here you can use the utilitarian approach. Maximum benefits for maximum number of people. Maximum benefits for maximum number of people. So if your focus is on giving maximum benefits to maximum number of people, then it ensures efficiency. It ensures na कि you are utilizing maximum resources for maximum number of people. You are reducing the wastage. So it balance between effectiveness and efficiency. ठीक है? And then resource optimization, that simply we have mentioned कि you have to utilize resources in proper manner. Avoid wastage. There can be flexibility, like these resources can be, if we have extra resources, those resources can be utilized for other project. If we do not need those resources for this particular project, for example, I have mentioned that they have given you 200 crore rupees. It doesn't mean you have to utilize each and every penny. You can utilize 150 crore rupees. If this particular project requires 150 crore rupees, then spend only that money, na? It goes for resource optimization. You have to prioritize goals. you have to make a list, framework, then you have to prioritize your goal, then you have to go for the outcome. This is what we have to do. We have to go for inclusive development. First we have to go for the women, then we have to go for the children. That is totally up to you what goal, what outcome you want to have. Okay? Then have a technology with purpose. You can utilize technology. If you have to balance both, then you can utilize technology for that. For example, we use biometric details. Yes, very good. There is no focus on personal well-being but on the social well-being. Very good. Okay? So you can utilize the technology for that. If you want to ensure a balance between two, you can utilize technology to show that there is a proper goal. For example, we use biometric biometric for PDS system. So it ensures effectiveness and efficiency, because hassle free you give grains to people. That also ensures efficiency. Reduce the wastage, reduce the leakages. Now there were number of ghost beneficiaries. Okay? Earlier in the PDS system there were ghost beneficiaries. Now because of biometric identification, those people cannot take or misuse the resources. It ensures the efficiency, it ensures the effectiveness as well, because it will target the people who need the resources. It will go to them only. So technology can also be utilized to ensure balance between both of them. To ensure the equilibrium, you can focus on quality. If you are focusing on quality of the product, for example, if you are providing grains that are proper quality, that will also ensure the effectiveness of that particular scheme. That scheme will be effective in nature because we are focusing on quality. Okay, quality ensures the effectiveness. How it ensures the efficiency? Because if we are providing good resources, that will ensure the efficiency itself, because we are reducing the wastage with minimum resources, that is giving the maximum benefits. Okay? So that way you can mention here. Okay? We can have a proper delegation. For example, this particular work will be done by this particular authority, because we know that for any particular task in a governance there are number different bodies. Okay? So if we know for this particular task I have to go for this organization, you provide them power. So if there is a clear arrangement of power, then it will ensure the efficiency. You don't have to run back to the same ministry. You know that after this I have to go for this ministry for approval. So that will ensure the efficiency itself. So this is how you can ensure a balance between efficiency and effectiveness. Okay? So how can we ensure balance? First, we need to have a proper goal. We need to set a proper goals. We need to have a proper framework. We need to prioritize our goals. Okay, I will focus on this particular goal first and then I will go for the second goal. Focus on technology. Use of technology as we discussed about PDS system. ठीक है, that ensure effectiveness or reduce leakages, reduce ghost beneficiaries. ठीक है, focus on quality of product. There should be a proper evaluation mechanism. For example, if somebody has been given particular duty, there will be proper evaluation and accountability. There will be a clear delegation of power. So I know that for this particular approval, I have to go for this particular department. So it will gives the clarity and reduce ambiguity. It reduces the time period. For example, if I know that for the death certificate, I have to go for this particular ministry. So it will reduce the time. It will help me, to effectively get that work done. So this is how you can mention your arguments. See how you can balance between them. If there is a proper goal, you can balance them. If there is a proper framework, I know that these are the things that I have to do. If I prioritize them, I know this particular task is more important, so I'll focus on that. ठीक है, technology, we have mentioned about PDS system. Then quality, if the food grains are effective, that will increase the effectiveness or efficiency, because the focus of PDS system is to ensure that each and every needy person can get the food grains. It will ensure their benefits. ठीक है, there to reduce the malnutrition. You have completed NCERT, very good. ठीक है Kartik, we will discuss. ठीक है, I'll help you with respect to the doubts. I'll take the doubts in the end of the lecture. ठीक है, I'm just going to complete this particular questions now. Then we will have a discussion on that. ठीक है, so this is with respect to this particular question, and then you can conclude by saying that कि how both are important for the ensuring the productivity or in the governance. That is how you have to conclude your answer. So I hope it is clear up till here. Now let's move to the question number 5A. Usually schools working in remote areas do not fully comply with government regulations. However, if rules are enforced strictly, it would lead to most schools closing down. How should an administrator strike a balance between enforcement of rules and education's right of children? So the question has been asking, usually schools working in remote areas do not fully comply with government regulations. So there are schools which are working in government areas. So we have seen that number of schools are, say, they don't even have teachers. They do not have basic facilities. They do not have basic, toilets for women, toilets for girls. Okay? So they do not have proper, playground facilities. Actually, this session is in English only. So I have to speak in English only. Okay? So I have to speak in English only here. So usually schools working in remote areas do not fully comply with government regulations. However, if the rules are enforced strictly, it would lead to most schools closing down. So they are saying that most of the schools in rural areas, this session is in English only. For Hindi, there is a other channel. Okay. So usually schools working in remote areas do not fully comply with government regulations. However, if the rules are enforced strictly, it would lead to most schools closing down. So they are saying that most of the schools in rural areas, they do not work effectively. Okay? And then they are saying that, however, if rules are enforced strictly, it would lead to most schools closing down. For example, most of the schools are not, complying with the government regulations. But if government ensures or enforce the rules, that will lead to most school getting closing down. So here is a question with respect to right to education versus rule of law. ठीक है? So they are asking that कि most of the schools in rural areas do not comply with the rule of law. But if government ensures rule of law or they enforce rule of law, this will lead to ban of or maybe closing of many schools. ठीक है? So this is the gist of the question, where you have to balance between right to education and rule of law. So what they are asking about, how should an administrator strike a balance between enforcement of rules and educational rights of children? So now as the administrator, they are asking you, how will you ensure the balance? How will you ensure the balance between enforcement of rule of law and educational rights of the children, right of education? Now you have to give those solutions to ensure the balance between these two provisions. Nisha, I have read your comment. Now I have to take the class now. If you are not able to understand, then it's totally up to you, but I have to take the session in English only. Okay. Now let's move to the introduction. So here you have to give the introduction. So how can you write the introduction here? What can we write here? What can we write in the introduction here? Here in the introduction, you can give the context. You can give the context of the question. The question is about balance between rule of law and right to education. So here the question is key, how administrator, a district administrator has to balance between these two provisions. ठीक है? ओके ठीक है. सो दिस इज हाउ यू कैन राइट द इंट्रोडक्शन वेयर यू हैव टू मेंशन कि एज एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर इट इज योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टू इंश्योर द बैलेंस बिटवीन बोथ द प्रोविजंस व्हिच इज राइट टू एजुकेशन एंड रूल ऑफ लॉ. So this will be our introduction. Then in the body part, we have to go with the demand of the question. Now what is the demand of the question? They are asking how should an administrator strike a balance? Now you have to give your opinions or your arguments to ensure the balance between these two. So what are those arguments that we can mention here? ठीक है. First is striking the balance. Now this can be our heading. ठीक है. Now you have to show how we can strike the balance between two. What we have to do? As an administrator, if you have to ensure balance between rule of law and right to education, what will be your arguments for that? You have to mention those arguments. For example, if school doesn't have basic facilities, ठीक है? So we know that most of the schools in rural areas, they lack basic facilities. ठीक है. They lack basic facilities. They lack basic infrastructure. Finances. So you know these are the issues in the schools that are in the rural areas. ठीक है. Now here you have to strike the balance. You can mention कि first we can segregate essential and non essential and non-essential issues. For example, there are certain issues which are most important. There might be certain issues which are not that important. ठीक है. ठीक है. So this is how you can mention कि we have to prioritize. First we have to make a list which issues that we have to work on. We can segregate the essential or non-essential issues. Based on those segregation, we can make a list of prioritization. ठीक है. We have to focus on prioritization. Instead of closing the schools, our focus should be on improvement. Yes, Irfan, the future of any civilization is framed in the classrooms of their schools. ठीक है. So here the focus will be on improvements instead of closing the schools. ठीक है. So our argument should be how we can improve, how we can make reforms in those schools instead of closing them. What are the other things that we can focus on? Our focus should be on accountability. Accountability of teachers. We can utilize technology for that to have proper biometric identification. ठीक है. So these are the things we can mention कि how we can balance the approach. We can utilize technology. We can ensure the accountability of the teachers or the administrator. ठीक है. What are the other ways by which we can ensure that schools are working in a better way? We should focus on regulation. Proper regulation that I mentioned about accountability, use of technology, those can be mentioned here. ठीक है. You can mention about community participation. Their community can be participated. For example, people in the rural areas, they know the issues of that particular school. For example, we have seen in Bihar the issue of midday meal scheme. ठीक है. We have seen that midday meal scheme issue. You can mention about that कि how if we ensure the community participation. For example, in the midday meal scheme, if we ensure that parents are included, in preparing those meals. That will ensure the quality as well, the quality of meals. ठीक है? We can take their opinions. We can ask for their opinions. We can ask for their, feedback to ensure that ki those classrooms are working effectively and those schools are working effectively. So this is how we can ensure the balance. For example, we have to go for the compliance mechanism, which I mentioned about accountability. So these points are repeating that only. Okay? The things that I have mentioned. Okay? You can go for the alternative arrangements. Okay? Where the closure is unavoidable, we can go for the merging of schools. We can also go for the merging. We can merge certain schools which are at closer vicinity. Close vicinity, which are in which are in the proximity to each other. We can also go for the merging of the schools to avoid wastage of resources. And for example, maybe a certain school might have 2 teachers and the other school can also have 3 teachers. So in a particular school, we need 5 teachers. So we can merge those 2 schools and those we will have that. We can also tackle the issue of, teachers vacancy as well. So this is how we can, strike a balance between rule of law and right to education. Here we are not just closing the schools. We are focusing on improvement. We are focusing on feedback. We are focusing on accountability. We are utilizing the technology to ensure that how these systems are working, how our schools are working effectively. Because recently in various protests, we have seen the poor condition of our schools, poor condition of our education system. So here we have to give those arguments. We have to give those, opinions or innovative solutions to ensure that how our education system can work effectively. But we cannot override the rule of law as well. We need to ensure that people who are misusing their power, they should be held accountable for the things that they are doing on. We have to ensure that the proper rule of law is maintained. Okay? There should be a proper punishment mechanism. There should be a proper mechanism to ensure the schools have basic facilities. There should be a proper social audit and inspections and regular inspections. Of schools. So this way we will ensure there is a rule of law and there is a right to education. Yes, like CJP protest. Very good. Okay, so this way we can write our answer. So these are the arguments we can mention. Okay, we can also mention about continuous monitoring. Okay, that regular inspection part. We can also take the help of NGOs or maybe civil society that I have mentioned about community participation. Civil organization. Okay, so we can mention about these arguments in our answer because we have to show that how can we balance the rule of law and right to education. And then you have to conclude your answer. You can mention the utility of education. For example, Irfan has mentioned the future of civilization is framed in the classrooms of their schools. So that is how you can conclude your answer to showing the significance of education or significance of schools in any society, in any country. So this is how you can write your answer. I hope this question is also clear. Now let's move to the next question, which is 5B. In international relations, ethical considerations are often subjugated to the strategic interest of nation states. Discuss this from an ethical perspective. So what is the question? The question is saying in international relation, it is with respect to geopolitics. Okay? It is with respect to geopolitics. They are asking they are saying ethical considerations are often subjugated to the strategic interest. Okay? Our moral values, ethical consideration means our moral values are often subjugated means undermined to strategic interest. So sometimes we undermine our moral values just to protect our interest. Sometimes we talk about the national interest. So the question is with respect to national interest or maybe any strategic interest versus moral values. How to strike the balance. Okay, so they are asking, in international relation, ethical considerations are often subjugated to national interest. Sometimes we undermine moral values just to protect our national interest. So in that direction, discuss this from an ethical perspective. So we need to understand what are the ethical issues in this regard. Ethical issues in this regard. This is the demand of the question. I hope this is clear. So here we need to first start with the introduction. So what can we write in the introduction? In introduction, we can mention about how in international relation, the significance of national interest. But with that, we need to focus on moral values as well. Very good. International politics, like all politics, is a struggle for powers. Very good. So we can mention about, we can give a gist about geopolitics. What it stands for. That it stands for power, the struggle of power, or maybe the significance of strategic interest. Strategic interest can be in any form. For example, it can be in form of sovereignty, protection of citizens, maybe economical aspect as well. It can be in any context, okay? Because they have not directly mentioned the national interest, but they have mentioned the strategic interest. Strategic interest can be in any domain, okay? It might be political interest, okay? Maybe, for example, we have to have political relations with certain countries who do not, complement our moral values. For example, India has been maintaining diplomatic relation with Taliban. Okay? So sometimes people can criticize our government to having relationship with Taliban on moral grounds, because Taliban has been, undermining the rights of women. They are undermining the rights of people. They are undermining the democracy. So that particular aspect can be challenged. But in political context, we can say that India needs to control that region as well, because that region is strategic region for India as well. It has various mineral resources. Mineral rich. We have huge investments in Afghanistan. So sometimes in order to protect our political interest, we have to, undermine moral values as well. Okay? So this is just an example to make you understand what are the strategic interests here. Okay, is it clear? So this is how we can go with the introduction. Now we have to discuss this from an ethical perspective. So how the ethics are involved here. Now here first we have to mention why strategic interest may be justified. Why do we justify strategic interest? Okay? So there can be different perspective, like I have mentioned about political aspect with respect to Taliban. There is also economic interest with respect to the mineral rich region of Afghanistan. Okay? So we can mention the different reasons to justify strategic interest. Why strategic interest is important. Okay? So here first argument can be duty towards citizen. Sometimes we say that we have our duty towards citizens. We have to protect their interest. So sometimes we have to undermine those moral values just to protect the interest of the citizen. For example, when we talk about terrorism or India's issues with Pakistan. So in order to protect our citizens, sometimes we go for war. In these wars, sometimes we have to kill innocent people as well. Although India doesn't kill innocent people, but in certain situations, they become as a victim of those casualties, those attacks. Okay? So just to protect our citizens, sometimes to fulfill that duty toward our citizens, we have to go for the strategic interest. We will justify those interests. Okay? For example, Operation Vijay in 1919. Okay? That Kargil war. Okay? That can be mentioned here. Consequentialism. to prevent greater harm. Sometimes क्या होता है ना, if we are not taking action at that particular point, it can lead to further action in the future. A realistic perspective, this is understandable because the anarchic international system lacks. Very good Sandeep. International politics में very good, because we know that international organization like UN, they are not working properly, they are dysfunctional. Okay, so they are dysfunctional, so sometimes state have to take action by themselves just to protect their interest. Very good. Okay, or maybe there are some consequences which are of greater harm. So in order to prevent those future complications or future consequences, we have to take that action. We have to go for, some measures which might be violent in nature, which might undermine our moral values or ethical values. Okay, so these can be the reasons that you can mention. That realist constraint that has been mentioned by Sandeep here. So that point can be mentioned. Ki sometimes, as we know that the international system we are living in, that system is not working properly. That has been not functioning properly. We know that UN is not able to control the war between Ukraine and Russia. Similarly, we have war between US and Iran, Israel and Palestine, but UN is dysfunctional. They are not working properly. So in that scenario, countries have to take actions. Okay? Then justice to the citizen. Sometimes when we do not control these issues of terrorism, so citizens will question the government. Citizens will question the reasons to have a government. If we have a government, so they have, what is their work? The work of government is to ensure the safety of the people. So if they are not doing their basic responsibility, that will break the trust of the people. So for that also, we can justify the strategic interest. Also for economic reasons. I have mentioned about economic reasons. Now here, sometimes various countries ask India to take action or take a stand between Ukraine and Russia, or maybe Israel and Palestine issue. But we have our economic interest, we have our strategic interest, we have our relationship with Israel, we have our relationship with Russia. So we have to protect those relationships as well. We have trade with Russia. Russia provides us, cheaper oil, which is needed for our basic functioning of our economy. So in that context, we can also mention the justification of strategic interest for the welfare of the people, to ensure the, the implication of those, geopolitical situation doesn't fall on Indian people. So these are certain reasons which we can mention to, justify the strategic interest in certain situations. Okay? And then why ethical subjugation is not justified. Now we have to show like how we have to, why we need to protect the moral values. If we are undermining the moral values, how that is wrong. We have to mention the how undermining moral values is also wrong. From an ethical perspective, such conduct is problematic. Deontological ethics demands respect for. Very good, Sandeep. So these are the arguments we have to mention. We can go for the human dignity. We know that even in our constitution, we have Article 21 that calls for right to live with dignity. So we have to protect that right as well. Okay? So to protect the human dignity, to protect those fundamental rights, we cannot, subjugate our ethical or moral values. Global justice as well. Sometimes there are certain issues where we need moral values. For example, there is an issue of climate change. So we cannot just, overlook it. We cannot just undermine it. Just for the economic development, we have to undermine the climate change. Sometimes we have those responsibility for the future generation as well. So just for promoting that, we have to take that moral ground as well. We cannot say that, we just have to focus on our development. We have not taken the benefit at that time. But even if you have not taken the benefit at that time for your development, you need to ensure that there is a sustainable development. A development that doesn't undermine the environmental consideration or doesn't and cause limited harm to the environment. So you have to focus on global justice as well. Okay? Because India focuses on Vasudev Kutumbakam. Okay? So we have to ensure the global justice as well. That is our duty. Okay? Then means matter as well. For example, if you are taking any action, your path should be right as well. We talk about the means versus end debate. So Gandhiji has said your means, your path should also be right. It should not focus on outcome only, that you are going for the welfare of the citizen. But in ensuring the welfare of citizen, if you are killing innocent people, if you are killing kids, then that action will be considered wrong. Sometimes you have to take the moral high ground. Okay? So those points can be mentioned here. Intergenerational justice, like I have mentioned about sustainable development, that can be mentioned here. Then trust deficit. If you are not going to, go for the moral values, if you are undermining those moral values, if you are killing innocent people, you will lack the trust. For example, the example of Hitler. Hitler conducted the genocide that led to the, trust deficit and led to the fall of Hitler regime, the authoritarian regime of the Hitler. So this impacts the trust. For example, if our government will, curtail the rights of citizen, somehow citizen trust in government will be reduced. So these are the reason based on which we can say that we should not undermine the ethical values as well in our conduct, in our international relation or geopolitics, because the question was in context of geopolitics itself. Okay? And then we have to conclude our answer. Here we have to show the significance of strategic interest and how we can balance it with the ethical values. Okay? For example, if you are a political science student, then you can mention about various international theories with respect to those. Exactly. In international relation, nothing is completely right or nothing is completely wrong. It's very subjective in nature. Even in ethics, there is a concept of relative ethics as well. It depends on situation. It depends on circumstances. Okay? For example, if somebody is standing in front of you with a gun, you have to take a chance. You cannot say that maar do mujhe. Sometimes you have to take the action. You have to take that gun in your hand to protect yourself. So this is the same scenario with the countries. Sometimes when they are at war, just to protect their people, just to protect their peace, just to protect their stability, they have to take the action. Okay? So this is how you have to write your answer. Now in our Prahar booklet, International Ethics, page number 389 or 90, they have mentioned this concept, and if you have read this particular concept, it will be easy for you to write this particular answer or to answer this particular question. Same in Prahar Ethics, page number 389. These are the issues mentioned: ethical issues in international relation and funding, ethical concerns in international relations. So you can use these arguments in your answers based on the demand of the question. I hope this question is also clear. Now let's move to the next question. So the next question is, on the request of his personal assistant, the district magistrate stops the transfer of a school teacher who takes private tuition for his daughter diagnosed with learning disability. In this context, discuss the aspects of empathy versus compliance with rules. So the case studies, here they have mentioned a case study. There is a school teacher who takes private tuition for his daughter because his daughter is diagnosed with a learning disability. Her daughter has a disability, and for that, the teacher has been taking private tuitions. Now, there is an order by district magistrate for his transfer. There are around 4 to 5 questions, I think, that are covered in Prahar booklet. Most of the concepts are mentioned in the booklet, and if you have read those concepts, it will be easy for you to answer these questions. So most of the things have been covered. Some might be covered in indirect form, some might be directly covered. So it's totally up to you which way, so based on your understanding only. If you have a foundational understanding of concepts, then you can write these answers, these questions. Okay? So the question is, on the request of his personal assistant, the district magistrate stops the transfer of a school teacher who takes private tuition for his daughter diagnosed with learning disability. In this context, discuss the aspects of empathy versus compliance with rules. Now here, the question is with respect to empathy versus rule of law. Now, the district magistrate's action will be judged based on empathy and rule of law, because here the one part is with respect to the teacher's daughter is diagnosed with a learning disability, and for that particular teacher has been taking private tuition. So that comes under the empathy part. Now, based on this particular, aspect of disease, he can go for an empathetic route. I can give him a chance or can stop his transfer because he has a genuine reason. So that district magistrate has been showing the ethical values. But if he follows ethical values, if he follows empathy, then he has been undermining rule of law, because there is a rule under RTE Act, Right to Education Act, that a government school teacher cannot give private tuitions. Okay, so he has been violating that rule of law. Okay, and there is a transfer order as well. So you cannot, just stop a transfer order based on a request of a personal assistant. So which means you are undermining rule of law. So there is a conflict between these two values. Now in this question they are asking, in this context discuss the aspects of empathy versus compliance with rules of law. Now here you have to compare both these concepts. Okay, how these concepts are linked with this particular situation. So now with respect to empathy, now here you have to mention about empathy. Empathy focuses on human sensitivity. So in this particular case, the DM can take into consideration the ailment of his daughter. Or in that respect, he has been showing human sensitivity. He has been showing that he is sensitive toward the issue of that particular teacher. So it has been showing he is considerate in nature. He's been understanding the issue of a teacher. Then it is in child's best interest. If children has been studying in a school, empathy requires the DM to recognize the genuine difficulties of a child with the learning disability. Yes, that has been discussing now. Like they are focusing on moral values. Okay. It is in best interest of the children. So in this particular context, if the DM stops the transfer of the teacher, it is in the interest of the child itself, because the children has been suffering from the learning disability. Okay. So that is in interest of the student. That person, that teacher might need financial help, or also the transfer might impact the child's education as well. So those things can also be mentioned. So this particular action of empathy, if he chooses the empathy or stops the transfer, it is in the interest of the child itself. Okay, it shows the human sensitivity, how he has been considerate to the situation of the particular teacher. It shows the compassion. Okay, here he has been giving the human touch to the judgment. He is not going with the rigid rule of law. Okay, and then there is a context specific. For example, he can use his discretion based on the context, because here the situation is like that. A situation demands a exemption. So in that regard, you can justify the empathetic route taken by the DM. But then we have to justify the second route as well, because the question is with respect to both. Like you have to show which path is justifiable. Okay, now with respect to compliance with rule, it will ensure that rule of law is followed, because agar ek baar, like for example, if one time he gives the exemption to this particular teacher, maybe there can be a ripple effect. Other teachers can also ask for the exemption. They can also come with their own reasons. This is my reason, please stop my transfer, please let me give the private tuition. So this can lead to a ripple effect, a domino effect. Okay. It can also shows the impartiality of the DM, that he has been taking decision based on the request of a personal assistant. He has been undermining the objectivity, the facts. Okay. He has been undermining the rules of law. It has been impacting the administrative integrity. As a DM, what is expected from him? That he has to follow the rule of law. So if he is not following the rule of law, he has been between public interest versus private interest. He is giving importance to private interest, because he has been taking decision based on the advice of his personal assistant. So it undermines the administrative integrity. He is not using the objectivity. He has been undermining the objectivity. Okay. So this can also be mentioned here. It impacts the fairness as well, because if I am taking decision based on just moral values or undermining the rule of law, it somehow impacts the fairness as well. Like I have mentioned, other people will come with the same demand and they will say it is unfair. They can also have a genuine demand, I have this particular problem, now give me exemption as well. So somehow it undermines the fairness aspect as well. So we have to go with the compliance as well. So now when you are going to mention, you have to give this reason, give these justifications for both aspects, and then in answer you have to show how the district administrator have to balance them. The focus should be on balancing both approach. The decision should be based on proper evaluation. Here you can mention the way forward. In way forward, he can go for a exemption based on, he can appoint a educational board they can have a proper discussion, and based on that they can go for relief or exemption. Okay, so you can give a way forward where you can ask for one-time relief, or exemption, okay, but with the discussion of educational board. Okay, so this is how we can give a way forward in this particular case, that he should not, stop the transfer solely based on the recommendation of his or her personal assistant, but he should focus on administrative integrity, he should focus on objectivity and ensure that there is a balance between rule of law and moral values. So this is how you are going to write your answer. I hope this particular question is also clear. And then you have to conclude it in simple way. You can mention the duty of the public administrator, okay, and then you can conclude your answer. Like these are the steel framework of the country, and if they are, undermining the rule of law, that will impact the, governance architecture of the country. So in order to ensure a proper governance, we need to ensure there is a balance between both these concepts. Okay. So in MTS 2026 sectional test number 10, question 3B was on this direction only. Do you agree with this statement that excessive empathy can be detrimental to an administrator, potentially compromising their impartiality? Argue for the optimal balance, illustrating how tolerance acts as a limiting factor to ensure fair and rule-based governance. So here the context was in that direction, although question was not directly from this particular context, but it was in that direction. In conclusion, ma'am, we can write ethical governance requires compassion guided by fairness. Very good. We can mention that as well. Like you have to show the positive side of the governance, ethical governance. Okay, how we can balance both the concepts here. Okay. Now let's move to the next question. After this, I think we will have case studies. Okay. Now this is our last question from section A. Some moral philosophers argue that spending some of your resources without significantly affecting your financial stability to help other people who badly suffer is our moral duty and not merely a matter of charity. Justify this claim by explaining the distinction between duty and charity. They have given a context where they have shown, we can link it with the trusteeship model as well that we have discussed already. Here Gandhiji has mentioned the same thing, that you are the trustee, your resources are, should be for the benefit of the people who need it. Okay? So in that direction they say that justify this claim by explaining distinction between duty and charity. Now here you have to differentiate between duty and charity, how duty and charity are different from each other. So this is the demand of the question, but the context is with respect to this particular statement. But I have to complete this now. Okay. So now let's start with the introduction. Helping others in need is often, so here you can give the different, so just the definition of charity and duty. Just start with the meaning of charity and duty in the introduction. And then let's move to the body part where you have to give the distinction between both, but how charity and duty are different from each other. Okay? First you can mention that it is an obligation, because if you are as an administrator, if you have a duty, that means you are obligatory. It is your obligation to fulfill that duty. But in charity, it's a voluntary act. It's totally your choice. It is choice based. But here there is no choice. In duty, there is no choice. But in charity, there is a choice. For example, if a beggar comes to you and they ask you for some money, it's totally your choice whether you want to give it or not. But as a civil servant, if you are authorized to provide, in under PDS system, you are authorized to provide grains to some person, okay, who has a proper card, a ration card, then it is obligatory on you that you have to provide them those facilities. So it is obligation on you. You don't have any choice. You cannot say that I am not going to give you the food grains. So duty means you don't have choice, but in charity you have a choice. Duty is obligatory in nature. It is your obligation that you have to fulfill that, function which is expected out of you. And then failure to perform may attract moral criticism. There can be a moral criticism. There can be a penalty as well. If you are not fulfilling your duty as an administrator, if you are not fulfilling your duty, there can be a penalty for that, thing. So there might be a moral criticism. But here there is no criticism. For example, if you are not giving charity, nobody can ask you any question. That's totally your choice. Okay? Whom you want to give charity, when you want to give charity, that's totally your choice, because that is your money, that is your resources. So it's totally up to you how you want to utilize those resources. Okay? It is based on the principle of responsibility, because duty is a form of responsibility, but it is a personal choice. It is a goodwill gesture. It is your gesture whether you want to do it or not. Okay? It requires consistency or commitment. It is based on commitment. If you are committed to your duty, if you are committed to the public service, then you will do it. It doesn't need any commitment. It just needs the willingness. It's totally a choice-based approach. Okay? So this is the basic difference between duty and charity. Okay? Baki you can mention about other things, but these things are not required as per the demand of the question. The question is just with respect to the difference between duty and charity. So you have to add those points in your answer. These things can be skipped. Okay? And then you have to conclude it. You have to mention the significance of both duty and charity. And you can also show a balance between both. How both can be balanced. Okay? So this is how you can, write this answer. Now let's move to the case study part. So before starting case studies, I'm just going to give you a brief idea about the framework or how we can write a case study. Okay? So what are the things that we need to keep in mind in writing the case studies or in attempting case studies? First, you need to read case properly. Okay? Then you need to underline key terms. Okay? Then you need to mention stakeholders. Make a list of stakeholders. So these are the few foundational things for the case study. When you read the case study, foundational aspects. Okay? So for case study, first you need to read the case study properly. Then you need to underline key terms. Then mention the stakeholders. List the stakeholders. Okay? So these are the things that you need to keep in mind before starting any case study. Okay? And what are the other things that you have to write in case study? Now you are going to write the answer. So in introduction, you have to briefly mention the gist, just the gist of the case study. What is this case study about? The issue or dilemmas of the case study. Okay? In introduction, you just have to give a brief idea about the case study. Then you have to mention the stakeholders. In stakeholders, You have to mention each and every stakeholder and their interests. For example, as a DM, what are your interests that are at stake? For example, your interest can be to ensure rule of law, ठीक है, to fulfill your public duty, ठीक है. So these can be your interest as a DM or as a officer. There can be citizens. Like for example, we have discussed the tribal issue, na, that forest clearance wala. Here in citizen, if there are tribals, their interest can be loss of land, loss of culture, livelihood, timely rehabilitation, or maybe fair compensation. ठीक है. So here, while mentioning the stakeholders, you have to also mention the interests. Even if it is not asked, you have to mention the stakeholders in each and every case study. Yes, this time section 2 was comparatively easy. Most of the case studies were brief in nature and there were hardly two questions, and most of the questions were on the similar line. Okay, so you have to mention the stakeholders and then you have to go with the whatever they have asked in the question. If they have asked ethical dilemmas, then you have to mention ethical dilemmas. Okay, if they ask about ethical issues, then you have to mention ethical issues. Okay, and then if they're asking about options, what are options available with you, then while mentioning the options, you have to add both pros and cons, or maybe merits and demerits of those particular options. Every time you have to mention merits and demerits. So while mentioning merits and demerits, you have to keep in mind constitutional values, you can mention those constitutional values. Fundamental rights can be mentioned here. You can mention ethical dimensions or approaches. For example, if you are taking that particular option, it can be based on utilitarian approach, it can be based on virtue ethics, it can be based on deontological or teleological approach. Okay, so while mentioning those opinions, those options, you can mention these constitutional provisions, fundamental rights, ethical dimensions, maybe Supreme Court judgments to give value addition to your answer. Okay, so these are the things that you have to mention in your answer while writing a case study. Okay, just to add values, you have to add constitutional provisions, fundamental rights, ethical dimensions like approaches, utilitarian, just to justify. For example, if I'm taking this stand, I'm taking this stand based on this particular approach, which is utilitarian approach, maximum benefits for maximum number of people. Similarly, you can mention about teleological approach, that I am taking this decision based on the consequences. It can have a bigger consequences, it can have lesser consequences. Mean versus end debate, you can mention about those aspects. Ki my decision is based on this, ki I am following the deontological approach, a duty based approach. I will go for the duty. I will not undermine the ethical values for any way. Okay? So you will also take into consideration the means as well. So this is how you have to write the case studies, a general framework that I wanted to tell you before starting the case studies. Now let's move to the case studies, because our session will be up till 6 only. I have just 1 hour, so we have to cover these case studies as well. So let's start with the first case study. Lata, a mother of 2 children, was admitted to a hospital for acute abdominal pain. Her sister-in-law Sujata accompanied her. Okay, so Lata, a mother of 2 children, was admitted to a hospital for acute abdominal pain. So first stakeholder is Lata. She's a mother of 2 children. Okay, she was admitted to a hospital for acute abdominal pain. साथ साथ में whenever you read the case study, you have to underline the important points. Now, the other stakeholder is her sister-in-law Sujata. She accompanied her. Dr. Mansi examined Lata and recommended a diagnostic laparoscopy. Lata's consent was taken to conduct the medical procedure under general anesthesia. That woman, Lata, was under general anesthesia. She was not conscious. She was, in a state of, unconsciousness, we can say. Like whenever you give anesthesia to a person, that person feels sleepy. So that person is not completely aware about the situation. So her consent was taken to conduct the medical procedure under general anesthesia. During the laparoscopy, Dr. Mansi's team discovered a tumor in Lata's uterus. So during the laparoscopy, she was examining her. So in that examination, she found that there is a tumor in Lata's uterus. Okay? A closer examination suggested that the tumor could be malignant in nature, means it can be cancerous in nature. One option before Dr. Mansi was to extract a sample of biopsy. So first option was to extract a sample of biopsy. In that case, if the tumor was malignant, Lata would have to undergo another surgery. But she feels that if in that case, if the tumor is malignant, then Lata has to again go for a surgery for the removal of uterus. An alternative was to remove the uterus immediately. So, but she felt that now I am going for a surgery. So, let's not waste the time or do the same surgery this time only. Dr. Mansi had to take a quick decision. As Lata was under general anesthesia, Dr. Mansi explained the situation to Sujata, because I have mentioned like Lata was under the anesthesia. So she couldn't take her consent. Dr. Mansi explained the situation to Sujata. Sujata is a sister-in-law. Sujata agreed with Dr. Mansi's recommendations for hysterectomy. Hysterectomy means removal of uterus. Okay? So she asked for hysterectomy, wherein Lata's uterus would be removed to avoid the risk and pain of undergoing another surgery. So if we are removing the uterus, she doesn't have to go for the surgery again. Dr. Mansi removed Lata's uterus after receiving Sujata's consent. So Sujata has given the consent. She felt that this is the best option. Lata was informed to this the next day. Now Lata got to know this the very next day. She was very upset and felt betrayed as she had not consented to the removal of uterus. Lata complained to the police, who tried to convince her that Dr. Mansi had acted with good intention. So Lata complained to the police, who tried to convince her that Dr. Mansi had acted with good intention to help a patient. Sujata was of the same opinion. However, Lata was not convinced and decided to approach the court. Okay? So Lata wanted to file a complaint, but they all convinced her that it was done in a good intention. But Lata didn't. But they also mention they also translate, na? The case study will also be in Hindi as well. So you can read the Hindi part as well. If you find any problem with respect to vocabulary, then you can read Hindi wala part of case study. That way, you will be able to understand the gist of the case. Okay? So Lata complained to the police, who tried to convince her. So police convinced her that doctor has done it in a good intention to help you. Sujata was also of the same opinion. However, Lata was not convinced and decided to approach the court. Now Lata wants to approach the court. So this is the story. Now, what are the questions? Discuss the ethical issues involved in this case. First, we have to find the ethical issues. Discuss the moral conduct of the doctor in this situation. Now, we have to judge the decision of doctor. There are some medical terminology. Because of that, it might be difficult for you. But as I have a medical background, so it is easy for me to understand. Okay. So, this is a general case study. So, they have asked two questions. First is, you have to mention ethical issues, and then you have to go for you have to judge the moral conduct of the doctor. Now, here, we have to write the answer. So, what is the first thing? First is, we have to write the introduction. In introduction, we have to mention the gist of the story. The case study revolves around doctor's decision to remove uterus of patient without taking any informed consent which undermined her rights under Article 21. ठीक है, so this is how you can write the introduction, where you can mention the gist of the case study, what this case study is about. ठीक है, in introduction we just have to mention the gist of the case study, and then we have to go with the body part. In body part, first we have to mention the stakeholders, as I have underlined each and every stakeholder. So that is why while writing the case study you have to underline key stakeholders for each and every important aspect of the case study. Now what are the stakeholders here? First is doctor, ठीक है, then we have Lata the patient, then we have Sujata, ठीक है. So these are the key stakeholders. Apart from that we have police as well, ठीक है, institutional, medical institution, ठीक है, and then you have to mention their interests that are at stake, ठीक है. So here we can see in the case, this case study presents a classical medical ethics dilemma highlighting the complex conflict between doctors' beneficence and the patient's fundamental right to bodily autonomy and informed consent, ठीक है. So if you want to write these difficult words, it's totally up to you, but I have given a simple introduction that you can mention. This case involves a conflict between beneficence and medical necessity on one hand and patient's autonomy and informed consent on the other hand. How it is an introduction. Yes, you can mention this as well. Very good, Sandeep. Okay, so this is how you can write the introduction. It's totally up to you. If you have a good vocabulary, if you have a good command over the language, you can write in that direction. If you don't have that good command over the language, you can write a basic introduction as well with respect to the understanding of case study or gist of case study, or you can summarize that in your introduction. Okay, and then you have to mention the stakeholders. Here the stakeholder is Lata, okay, patient, her right to bodily autonomy, informed consent and personal dignity, because her right on her body was curtailed because she was not given a chance to even give the consent. Then there was no informed consent. She was in a under general anesthesia, okay, she was subconscious, so she didn't have that informed consent. Personal dignity, her dignity was somehow violated, okay, because uska consent nahi liya gaya. She didn't have a bodily autonomy, so that impacted her dignity. She didn't felt like a human being, okay. Then Dr. Mansi, her interest was she was trying to do her duty, adherence to medical ethics and professional accountability. She has to be accountable for her action. Then we have Sujata, minimizing Lata's physical suffering and health risk. She just wanted to minimize the suffering of Lata. It's totally up to you which way you want to write. Some of you can use flow chart. You can also use table format. Here you can mention the stakeholders, and here you can mention the interest. So it's totally up to you which way you want to mention. If you have time, because this year the case studies were shorter in length, there were hardly 2 questions, so you can use these flow charts. You can give extra time to make flow charts. You can also make table format. You can also make it in a table format. It's totally your choice which way you want to present your answer. It's more about presentation part, okay. Then we have society and medical fraternity, like I have mentioned about medical institution. So maintaining fiduciary trust in the healthcare system and uphold the rule of law. For example, if Lata goes to Supreme Court, somehow the case will get the traction and people will get to know that how medical institutions are undermining the right of a person. So it will somehow reduce public trust in those institutions. So that is also a stakeholder in this particular case study, okay. So this is how you have to mention your arguments or stakeholders here. And then we have to mention the ethical issues involved. First issue is bodily autonomy versus paternalism. Paternalism we have already discussed in our previous question, where I have mentioned how a person in authority assert their opinion which somehow undermines the other person's freedom of choice, okay. So here there is a conflict between bodily autonomy versus paternalism, the conflict between patient self-determination and the doctor's assumption of knowing what is best. ठीक है? Sanctity of the informed consent. Now the informed consent of Lata was curtailed or violated, so this is also an ethical issue, because in our constitution we have been given a fundamental rights. ठीक है? So that particular right has also been curtailed. Invalid proxy consent. Consent given by Sujata is invalid, because Sujata is not somebody who has been suffering from that particular issue. It was Lata. So consent should be taken from Lata itself, not from Sujata. Yes, accountability and trust. Very good. Accountability of doctor's conduct, accountability of doctor's action, trust in the medical profession. These are the ethical issues. Very good. ठीक है? Deviation from standard protocol. As a doctor, she had to follow the standard operating procedure. There should be a proper, for example, she had to go for the proper biopsy. She was doing that just based on the assumption that it could be a malignant tumor. She didn't conduct any, proper biopsy. How can a doctor, without conducting a proper procedure, can go for a surgical removal of any bodily part of a human being? You cannot do that. Okay? So she didn't follow the standard operating procedure. So that somehow shows that she didn't follow the medical ethics, her medical code of conduct. So that is also an issue. Breach of fiduciary trust. For example, Lata as a person, she went to the hospital for the service. She expected that doctors will do what is best for her, but her trust was broken. Her uterus was removed without her consent. So somehow the relationship between an institution and a service provider and a person who has been taking service has been breached. So this is also an ethical issue. Now we have to judge the moral conduct of the doctor. Now here you can go with the different approaches. You can mention about utilitarian approach, how they wanted to go for the maximum benefit for Lata. They just didn't want her to go for a surgery again. So you can mention about that. Here you can also mention about deontological approach, but here she was not informed properly. So that is also a question here. So you can mention here, you can judge the conduct of the doctor based on these approaches. So she overstepped her boundaries. The doctor overstepped her boundary. Just because she is a doctor, that doesn't mean she has the authority to take decision for any patient. A patient should also be given a informed, she should also be given a chance to have an informed decision. So she overstepped the boundary. Okay? So here you are judging the action of the doctor. Okay? Based on different approaches. Deficit in administrative prudence. Okay? Proceeding, now the surgery cannot be reversible. So now that person has to go for the damage throughout her life. So it breached the trust. Okay? So this is how you have to mention your arguments. There is a lack of emotional intelligence. The doctor and Sujata undermined the emotional aspect of the Lata. Because removing uterus of any women, it is a very big deal. You cannot just remove a patient's uterus without their consent. And Sujata is not like any close relative. She is a sister-in-law. She is not an authorized person to take decision for Lata. That's also undermining, her bodily autonomy. Good intention cannot override informed consent. Very good, Sandeep. You can have a good intention, but you have to follow the rule of law. You have to follow the, procedure. If you are, removing any organ from any person's body, then that person should be informed about that. So you have to write those arguments. Okay? Failure of accountability. Attempting to validate the action through proxy consent shows a misunderstanding of legal and ethical accountability in modern medical practice. So now like they are judging the action of Sujata as well. That's a proxy consent. Okay? So if you have to perform any medical procedure on any person, that person should be properly informed, or at least her husband should have been discussed. Okay? So these are the aspects that you have to mention in your case study. Okay? And then you have to conclude your answer. You have to show the the balance between beneficence and paternalism. Then you have to mention like how person's bodily autonomy, fundamental rights. You can link it with the constitutional provisions like fundamental rights. How Article 21 talks about the right to live with dignity. So we have to ensure that as well. Okay? तो उस तरह से you can conclude your answer. So there was a similar case study in SRIJAN simulator test 4, question number 7. So you can read that. Now let's move to the next case study. Yeah, even I feel so. Like most of the questions are from medical ethics, and some of them are from, I think, most of the paper was from applied ethics, if I have to, say. Okay. Now let's move to the next case study. Ravi is a senior police officer with vast experience in right control and cyber policing. Since 1 year, he has been the superintendent of police of a district with a history of frequent writing. Right, so Ravi is a senior police officer with a vast experience in right control. He is an experience in right control. Ravi is a senior police officer. So now, since 1 year, he has been the SP of a district with a history of frequent writing, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे writes हो रहे हैं. Last year, Ravi had sought installation of AI-enabled software. So what he did, he sought installation of an AI-enabled software for predictive policing. ठीक है? He used technology. This system has been operational for approximately 6 months. It has been operational for 6 months. This new system employs advanced algorithms for capturing the biometric data of person. It captures the biometric data of person in a crowd and swiftly relating it to the data library and then store it in the data library. This has enabled the police to identify the persons involved in the various crimes. So based on this technology, now he has been utilizing this technology. So based on this technology, they have identified certain individuals who are involved in various crimes. The system has identified an immigrant and low-income neighborhood as the center of gang violence and drug trafficking. Now, this system has identified some immigrants and low-income neighborhood as a center of gang violence and drug trafficking. Aided by this AI analysis, the local police has focused its patrolling, preventive detention, and establishing checkposts. Based on this analysis, they have focused its patrolling, preventive detention, and establishing checkposts. Consequently, public order and law enforcement has visibly improved. Because of this use of technology, there is a visible improvement in the public order and law enforcement. Last week, some community leaders, civil rights lawyers, and human rights activists visited Ravi's office. So, last week, some of the community leaders and civil rights lawyers and human rights activists visited the Ravi's officer. They submitted a memorandum that the new system is faulty. Now, they have raised concern that the system is faulty as it is based on incorrect historical data caused by social biasness. So, they are saying that the data is faulty. It is based on social biasness and discriminatory policing. The data is wrong. The memorandum also alleges that the increased surveillance has created a climate of tension among us residents. This feeling is aggravated by the fact that residents are not aware of the data noted against their names. So they are just saying that data is biased in nature. They are just targeting certain people and certain neighborhoods, certain areas, certain communities. See, okay? So they are just questioning the use of the technology, use of the algorithms, which can be biased in nature. So now, based on this particular case study, they are asking the questions. What are the ethical issues, including bias, involved in the use of AI in data-driven policing? Now, so here you have to first identify the ethical issues involved in the use of technology. And then the second question is, place yourself in Ravi's role. Now, you have to act like Ravi and discuss the alternatives. You have to mention the alternatives available, or justify the actions that optimize compliance with ethics. Now, you have to just mention the alternatives and then justify the action that optimize the compliance with ethics. First, you have to mention the ethical issues. Then you have to place yourself in Ravi's role and discuss the alternative provisions apart from the use of this technology. And then you have to justify the action. जो आप action लोगे, then you have to justify that in context of ethics. So this is the gist of the question. Yes, you have to read newspaper. Newspaper is the only source for the mains. Like if you have to prepare for mains, then you have to read newspaper daily, especially the editorial section or the certain articles which are in this context. Okay, first you have to mention the introduction. Same, you have to mention the briefly about case study. You have to mention the stakeholders. Ravi, his interests are maintaining public order. administrative accountability, and objective policing. Local resident, they have right to privacy, which has been curtailed by the use of technology, human dignity to live with, with dignity. Because, for example, if they are put under continuous surveillance, then it will somehow impact their human dignity. They cannot live a life, cannot live a free life. Okay? And freedom from systemic bias. Okay? Then we have civil right activists. Okay? Upholding the constitutional values, morality, transparency, and human rights. Then we have society at large. Okay? Ensuring overall security and fostering public trust in law enforcement. So these are the stakeholders, and these are their stakes that are it. These are the interests that are at stake. Now we have to mention the ethical issues and biases involved. So what are the ethical issues? First is algorithm bias. As we have already discussed, AI can be biased in nature. The information or the result that AI is giving you, it is based on the information that has been provided to it. The AI doesn't have its own brain. They are only using the information that you are providing to them. So there can be a biasness if you are saying that, if you are providing information to AI that, you have to, discriminate this particular community. So there might be a chance that they will, frame charges against those particular community. So there are the chances of algorithm bias based on the information that you are providing them, and that can lead to discrimination as well. So this is the first issue with respect to the algorithm bias. Then second issue is violation of privacy. So as we have mentioned, the use of technology. The Ravi has been utilizing the technology, installation of AI enabled software, which has been kind of, capturing the people without their consent. So it violates their right to privacy. You can mention about case, Puttaswamy case. Okay, that can be mentioned here. Okay, you can mention that how it violates their right to privacy. There is a lack of transparency. There is no transparency. Okay, you are not telling people the foundation of the data of that AI model that you have been using, how they are identifying those people. There can be, issues with respect to the factual correctness. The data might be wrong in nature. So there is no transparency in that. You are not telling people the foundation of your model, AI model. So that lacks the transparency as well. There is a stigmatization of marginalized groups. So as they have mentioned in the case study, like there are certain groups that have been targeted, which are immigrants and low income neighborhood. So it somehow stigmatized those communities. And then erosion of public trust. Somehow it erodes the public trust as well. They feel that police or the government has been misusing the power. Okay? So it somehow erode the trust of people in the governance. Now, what are the alternatives available for Ravi? Well, Ravi could ignore the complaints or completely ban the AI. The optimal action is ethical AI integration with community policing. I would implement the following. So now they are saying that these are the action that can be taken. First, they can have a algorithmic audit. You can have a proper audit of algorithm. AI का proper audit किया जा सकता है to check that whether the information is biased in nature or it is neutral in nature, which covers each and every dimension. That thing can be mentioned. AI-enabled predictive policing may improve safety, but efficiency cannot come at the cost of justice, dignity, and fundamental rights. Very good. Like, for example, Article 21 can be mentioned here, which is with respect to right to live with dignity. Okay? Then establish transparency mechanism. You should have a proper mechanism where you can mention like, this data is based on this particular knowledge or this particular report. Create a clear protocol where citizens are request access to the data noted against their names. Now, here citizens have right. You should give right to citizen so that they can ask you questions. Ask you questions of about the data, from where they have captured the data, or they should have also the chance to challenge the inaccuracies. For example, if police has put some charges against me, so I should have that right to go there and put my case in front of them. So they are talking about transparent mechanism should be there. You can use the technology. You can ask people to to come to the police station, but they should also be given a fair chance to put forward their arguments. Okay? So this is how you have to ensure that there is a proper transparent mechanism. Community engagement should be there. People of the community should be engaged in monitoring the situation. For example, if there is a poor law and order situation, then you should involve the community in that, so that those people can come together and take part in ensuring the proper rule of law. That can be done. ठीक है. Implement human in loop approach. For example, you cannot give or give each and every power to technology. Somehow we need to have a human touch as well. So we need to ensure a human touch in that aspect as well. We need to, evaluate decisions of AI. We should not completely rely on decisions of AI. There should be a human touch as well. For example, you can use AI for the capturing of people, or maybe for the first stage. At first stage you can utilize AI, but in earlier stages you have to give it the human touch. You cannot completely rely on the technology. Okay, somehow you have to go for the reasoning or logical approach as well. A human touch should be there. And then sensitization of police force. There should be a proper training of the police force that how to handle certain cases. It doesn't mean that somebody, if AI has checked that this particular person is charged for certain offense, it doesn't give police the right to use violence against them. Okay, there should be a proper sensitization of police. They should not look at those people like criminals. Okay, regularly test the system for discriminatory outcomes. Yes, there should be proper mechanism to ensure that system is without any faults. Okay, so this is how you can mention these arguments for the second part of the question. Okay, and then you have to conclude your answer for showing that how in administrator we have to ensure the justice, but with that we have to also protect the rights of the people. We cannot curtail the rights just to ensure the justice in the system. Technology should be utilized with proper checks and balances. Very good. ठीक है संदीप. ठीक है, now let's move to the next case study. कितने बचे और? ठीक है. Okay, now next case study. Seema is a senior bureaucrat with the reputation of honesty and professional efficiency. She has recently been posted as the district collector. Seema, she is a district collector. She has a reputation of honesty and efficiency. Okay. The new industrial area had caused many farmers. So the new industrial area had caused many farmers to submit application for change of land use to convert their farmland into residential areas. So there are a number of applications by farmers to change farmlands into residential areas. There is an unusually large backlog of these applications awaiting processing. So there is a huge backlog of certain applications. Seema noticed that some applications had been approved selectively. She noticed that some application has been approved selectively with no visible chronological. There is no chronological pattern. Okay? The case files showed a few complaints of some approvals being subject to receipt of large bribes. So she has seen that in some of the cases there is a receipt of large bribes from the applicants. Just to approve their application, they have taken bribes. On further fact finding, Seema realized that a small group of touts were controlling this illegal activity through some subordinate officials in the collectorate. So, in this particular case, some of the officials are, misusing their power. Small group of touts was controlling this illegal activity through some subordinates, officials in the collectorate. This had created a fear in the other employees who were reluctant to process any application. So Seema found that there is an issue of bribe, and based on that, some of the other people in the department, they have stopped working on those applications. They are feared that they might be charged in the same issue as well. आज मैं घर ही जा रही हूँ, बस ये लेक्चर के बाद मैं घर ही जा रही हूँ. आज मेरी ट्रेन भी है तो मुझे वही लेनी है. ठीक है. The resultant backlog has been piling up, thereby hindering local economic progress and causing public dissatisfaction. Seema was faced with this resultant backlog has been piling up, thereby hindering local economic progress and causing public dissatisfaction. Seema was faced with a major moral and administrative challenge of dismantling this corruption network without hampering daily administrative operations. An aggressive internal investigation would result in institutional resistance. Seema was faced with a major moral and administrative challenge of dismantling this corruption. Now she has a challenge how to dismantle the corruption without hampering daily administrative operation, because she has seen that because of her fact checking, she has found that there are issues of bribes, there are issues of illegal activities, and based on that fact checking, most of the people are not willing to do their work. So what are the issue? First is she has to check the corruption. Secondly, she has to also ensure that there is no backlog of the applications. Okay, so she has to check that there is no hampering in the daily administrative work. So an aggressive internal investigation would result in institutional resistance and possibly a backlash from labor unions. So if she takes any aggressive action, it will somehow backfire. Conversely, ignoring this situation would encourage the wrongdoers. So, but if she ignores it, it will encourage the wrongdoers and unnecessarily continue this avoidable harassment to the populace, to the large number of people, to the society or community. Okay? So this is the case study. Seema is the efficient officer. She has been facing the issue of illegal activities that has been happening in her work area. In the office, some of the people are working with the local leaders, or they are taking bribes to check their applications on priority. Okay? And that somehow leads to backlog, and there is an issue of bribe as well, or misuse of power. And she feels that now she has to take action. But if she takes stronger action, that somehow will impact the administration. Some other people will be discouraged to take action, to check the files. They might feel that they might be put into the same issue. Then there is the other side where if she doesn't take any action, it will encourage the wrongdoers. So she doesn't want to do that as well. So she is in a dilemma, which way she should go. So now there are questions. What are the ethical issues involved? Now first you have to find the ethical issues, discuss the options open to the Seema, identify the recommended option and justify. For example, in this case study, you have to first find the ethical issues. What are the ethical issues that we have discussed? The issue of corruption, misuse of power, to ensure that backlog is not there, to ensure that administrative works are done properly, to not encourage the wrongdoers. Okay? So these are the ethical issues that are involved. फ्लाइट जाती नहीं है मेरे वहाँ पे ना, नहीं तो फ्लाइट से चली जाती. हेलो आलिया, हाय. ठीक है. सो वी हैव टू मेंशन द एथिकल इश्यूज, देन वी हैव टू मेंशन द ऑप्शंस available for Seema, and we have to recommend which option is better, and we have to justify the option. Same approach, we have to mention the introduction. In introduction, we have to just give a brief summary of the case study. So what is the case study about? The case study revolves around the district collectorate facing systematic corruption in land administration. It highlights the dilemma of balancing institutional harmony. She has to balance the institutional harmony and daily operations with absolute duty to uphold integrity, transparency, and effective public service delivery. She has to ensure that there is an integrity, the key people are not using their power in a wrong way, and she should also ensure that service delivery is there, the administrative work is not hampered. Okay? Then you have to mention the stakeholders. Seema is the stakeholder. She is a DC. Her stakes are, she has to uphold rule of law, probity, administrative efficiency. Okay? Then we have farmers, जिनकी application pending पड़ी है, right to timely fair service delivery without harassment. They should not face any harassment because of some people who have been giving bribes. उनकी application जल्दी sort हो रही है. But there are farmers, who are innocent in nature. They should also get the timely delivery of services. Then there are corrupt officials and touts. Unfair financial gains through systemic exploitation. They are exploiting the system or the resources just to gain their benefits. Society, unhindered local economic progress and trust. Society will also be impacted by this corruption. Honest employees, safe working environment free from coercion and fear. For example, because of certain wrong people, those honest employees are also facing the harassment. They are also facing the issue that they might be put into the same pedestal like them. Okay? Now, what are the ethical issues involved? We have to find the ethical issues involved. First is, there is the issue of corruption that we have seen. There is a violation of procedural fairness. Because why there is a procedural fairness has been violated? Because they are misusing their resources. It should be like first come, first serve होना चाहिए. But they are not doing that, because of which there is a backlog of genuine files. Okay? So it has been violating the procedural fairness. Only those who have the power, who have money, who are giving the price, उनकी फाइल जल्दी जल्दी sort हो रही है. Then dereliction of duty. They are not doing their duty properly. ठीक है? They are misusing their power, neglecting their work. ठीक है? Coercive work culture. It leads to coercive work culture. For example, if Seema takes any action, that will lead to a coercive work culture that will impact the administrative work. Erosion of public trust. So if situation remains same, it will erode the public trust. But people will believe that system works like this only. There is a, without corruption the system cannot work. It somehow will erode the trust of people in the governance system. Okay? Now what are the options available to Seema, and which one action she should take. Now Seema has three broad options. She can ignore the issue, like she can ignore, like let them do whatever they are doing. Okay, she can totally ignore it. She can do a aggressive mass suspension. Those people who are involved in the corruption, she can suspend them. This is also one of the options that she has. Then she can strategic systemic reforms within targeted action. She can go for the reforms in the system, and she can go for targeted action. She can go for the she can go after only those people who have been charged for the corruption, and the innocent one should be relieved from the harassment. So that action can be taken, and this is the one which has been recommended, because this is not a good option if you are looking for a rule of law aspect, ethical aspect, constitutional aspect. This one seems very wrong. Like you are just ignoring. You are ignoring your duty. So as a public servant, it is your duty, to ensure that social justice is there. You are promoting the social welfare. So if you are ignoring the whole situation, you are somehow undermining your responsibility and duty. Aggressive mass suspension, that will also impact the administrative duty, or somehow administrative work will be hampered. Okay? So this is not a good option as well. Strategic systemic reforms. Ensuring reforms is the best solution at this point of time. Okay? So here, justification of the recommended option. Why last option is recommended? It will, here you can go for the reforms में सबसे पहले you can go for the digitalization. ठीक है? With digitalization it will reduce leakages. There will be a proper mechanism. ठीक है? It will ensure transparency. ठीक है? It will ensure accountability. Now if there will be a digital method for tokenization, so files will be checked based on the chronology, that is first come first basis, first in and first out. Okay? Discrete evidence is gathering. Initiate a confidential vigilance inquiry. Now she can start with the special inquiry. She can form a special committee to check the cases. Yes, immediately disclose all the information publicly. Very good. Okay? She can start with the evidence gathering. Okay? Then empower the honest staff. She can, empower the honest staff. She can give a, briefing to the honest staff to do their duty. Okay? And she will give them a confidence that they will not be harassed for the things that they are doing. They should be rewarded for the work they are doing. Okay? They should be encouraged. Targeted disciplinary action. Some of the people who are involved in the issues of corruption, and if there are clear evidences, then action should be taken against them. They should be taken any warning. They should be taken any punishment, or maybe suspension for few months or something like that should be done, so in order to ensure the accountability and to encourage the honest staff as well. Okay? And then public grievances redressal. Those people who have been facing, the harassment, they should be properly, their issues should be addressed properly by the system. Okay? And then this is how we can end this case study, and then you have to mention the significance of public duty. किसी भी तरह से you can mention about Kautilya. Kautilya has also mentioned about corruption, or how public servant must do their duty. So that can be mentioned here. मेरे को मैंने एथिक्स पढ़ा था यूट्यूब पे, एक सर थे वो IRS बने थे, कुछ उनका नाम याद नहीं आ रहा है, तो मैंने वहाँ से एथिक्स पढ़ा था. बस वो कुछ 9-10 लेक्चर्स थे उनके, हार्डली 9-10 घंटे थे, तो मैंने वो पढ़े थे, तो वहाँ से मेरा कंप्लीट हो गया था. क्योंकि मैं 2018 की बात कर रही हूँ, जब मैंने एथिक्स फर्स्ट टाइम पढ़ा था, तो मैंने वहीं से पढ़ा था, वहाँ से मेरा फाउंडेशन क्लियर हो गया था बस. एंड बाकी न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ के, केस स्टडीज करके और पेपर दे के थोड़ा सा आइडिया लग गया था. ठीक है? नाउ लेट्स मूव टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. 10th case study. Vikas is a government officer with over a decade of service in public administration. ठीक है? He has recently moved as the district collector of Nainipura, a remote hilly district bordering a forest. Due to Nainipura's low level of economic development, there is a low level of economic development in Nainipur. One of his major duty is to ensure proper functioning of public distribution system. Now the area is not economically developed. So now his major duty is to ensure there is a proper functioning of public distribution system amongst the economically weaker section. ठीक है? During his on-site visit, Vikas was apprised. Apprised का मतलब होता है informed. He was informed of a typical administrative challenge in the operating the PDS. So he was informed about the challenge in the working of PDS system. To prevent the leakages, all distributors were required to carry out real-time biometric identification of the beneficiaries whose fingerprints were tallied with the identity card records. This was creating problems as the operating system sometimes rejected fingerprints. So they had a system where they used to go for the biometric details to avoid the leakages. But even this system has been creating problems. So what was the problem? It was rejecting the fingerprints matching in the case of growing children. For example, the fingerprints of children can change when they grow. So it has been creating problem for the children. Manual laborers, because they do manual work, so sometimes their fingerprints get erased, so they change. Senior citizen with age, their fingerprints change. So it has been rejecting those people, those who are genuine, who can generally get the benefit, but because of growing age or maybe physical labor or maybe with age, their fingerprints are getting rejected. The problem was further compounded, increased in period of low Wi-Fi connectivity. There is also a problem of low Wi-Fi connectivity. Because of that also, the biometric identification issue was also somehow creating the problem. The distributors in such cases resorted to personal discretion when they could identify the receipt. The distributors in such cases resorted to personal discretion. Now, in certain cases, when there is an issue with respect to biometric rejection, so they are using their personal discretion when they could identify the recipient. Vikas had to address this problem on priority. Strictly adhering to government regulation would ensure fiscal probity, but would greatly trouble the proposed beneficiary. So if he goes with the strict adherence to governance regulation, that would somehow impact the proposed beneficiary, that is EWS. It may even impinge on their fundamental rights. It will somehow impact their fundamentals if he goes with the biometric identification only. Okay, I will trust on this biometric identification, but this will somehow impact the EWS category. Those people will be rejected. It may even impinge their fundamental rights to life as per Article 21. So it somehow curtails their Article 21. Okay, right. Conversely, leaving the resolution solely to the discretion of the distributor could lead to misuse and leakages. And he cannot leave this on the discretion of people only, because that is also going to impact the administrative governance. So what are the options available? So what is the question? What are the options open to Vikas? First, you have to find the options. How should he balance fiscal probity with empathy towards the designated beneficiaries? Okay. Now, how can he balance the fiscal probity, that particular issue that impact the leakages, fiscal probity, with empathy toward the designated beneficiary? How he should ensure the balance between technology and the moral duty, empathy. Discuss the ethics of using technology as a gatekeeper for welfare scheme. Now here you have to check the ethics of technology, whether technology should be used for promoting the welfare schemes or not. Yes, ethical dilemma between fiscal probity and strict adherence to rules of law. Very good. Okay, so here you have to give the introduction where you have to mention the case study. You have to mention what is the case study about. The case study highlights the conflict between administrative efficiency and empathy, raising a fundamental dilemma regarding the constitutional rights. Okay, this is how you can mention, and then you have to mention the stakeholders, which is Vikas, EWS beneficiaries, PDS distributors, state government. Vikas ka upholding the rule of law, fiscal probity and public welfare. EWS beneficiaries right to life, food security, human dignity, which is Article 21. Okay. Operational efficiency, clear guidelines and accountability. Okay. And then ensuring zero leakages while fulfilling the constitutional mandate. This is the responsibility of the state. Okay. So these are the interests. Now, what are the options available to Vikas? Now we have to discuss the options that are available to Vikas. What he can do in this particular situation. He can go with strict technological compliance. For example, first he can go with the biometric identification. Okay, I will stick with the biometric identification. Okay, whatever technology says, I will go with that. But if he goes with that, then it somehow leads to the rigidity only. Most of the people who deserve the the PDS benefits, they will be excluded. Unchecked distribution discretion. He can give power to the PDS operators that they can use their discretion. This is the second option that is available to him. Third is regulated flexibility. Matlab, he can ensure the regulation, also can go for the flexibility, which means ki in certain cases he can go with flexibility, which means ki you can use the personal discretion, but there will also a regulation. Ignore the violation and allow continued occupation. Can we mention it? Ignore the violation as an option. Yeah, as an option you can mention, but here you have to justify your stance, which stance you are going to take. Like in option you can write anything. Okay. That is how they have mentioned unchecked distributor discretion. He allow them to do their work. Okay. Yes, you can mention that as an option. There's no issue in that. Option can be anything, but what step you are going to take, that is what which they count. ठीक है? You have to justify your action. Your action should be ethical in nature. Your action should be within the constitutional framework. If whatever action that you are taking is having a constitutional foundation, or if they are based on the ethical values or approaches, then that action will be justified. Okay, you just have to justify that action. So now the balancing fiscal probity with empathy to optimally balance these competing values, Vikas should implement the following steps. Now they are saying ki what are the steps that Vikas should hold, Vikas should take. First, they have mentioned the options. These are the options. Options doesn't mean ki these are the things that he is going to do. Among the options, he will take only one option. So which option they are suggesting? Ki first he has to go for the secondary identification. Allow manual override by distributors using physical IDs. They can go for the physical IDs. For example, if biometric identification is not happening, it has been showing faults, then you can go for ration cards, voter cards as a identification to give them the benefits and not to exclude them. Okay, this is the first option. Second is offline authentication. Okay, that same way that you can go for the offline authentication. If the Wi-Fi is not working, then go for the OTPs. Okay, you can use the OTP mechanism. It doesn't need the Wi-Fi connection. Okay. Then post distribution audits. Now after distribution, there should be a proper audit. The discretion used by officials should be audited properly. There should be social audit by the Gram Sabha members to check that whether the distributors are, distributing grains properly without any biasness. That can be checked. Targeted sensitization. Okay. Train periods distributed to exercise administrative prudence and compassion, emphasizing that denying food due to tech failures is unacceptable. Okay. Responsive grievance redressal. Those people who are facing, for example, exclusion. Those people who has been facing exclusion, their issues should be discussed and action should be taken in a timely manner. For example, those alternative methods can be used for them. Okay. Ethics of using technology as a gatekeeper. Now you have to check the ethical dimension of the use of technology. Exclusion versus inclusion error. Technology prioritize eliminate leakages but risk the grave exclusion error, denying basic human rights. Now here you have to mention the ethical dilemmas that comes with the technology. If you are using technology, what are the ethical dilemmas that you face? Technology can lead to exclusion of the people. Okay, it dehumanizes the governance. Sometimes we have to use a discretion. Sometimes we have to, check whether that person needs that benefit or not. And we cannot just totally rely on the technology for that. There should be a human element in. Teaching is also boring sometimes. Okay, so it dehumanizes the governance. Digital divide as a barrier. So technology mein kya hota hai? Sometimes there is an issue of digital divide. Some areas do not have a Wi-Fi connection, so it somehow also impact the welfare approach. Then we have technological paternalism, the rigid assumption that technology is flawless. For example, we have this mindset that technology can never be wrong, but technology can also be wrong. As we have seen that there might be error of exclusion because the biometric details can be flawed, can be changed. For example, if as a children I can have a different fingerprint, but as we grow our fingerprints change. For example, same for manual labor, people who are working in a physical condition, their fingerprints might change. So there are certain issues in the technology itself. You cannot totally rely on the technology for ensuring the social welfare. We should include a humanistic aspect as well. Okay? So these are the things that you can mention, and then you can add the conclusion like how technology is somehow is an enabler for ensuring the social welfare, but it is not the only option. We need to include the human dimension as well. Okay? So that aspect can be mentioned here. अभी तो क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया, 4 घंटे हो गए. ठीक है. So SRIJAN test daily 29 question 6. It was in same line. ठीक है. You can read this question from the PDF. ठीक है. Team will share this PDF or the slides with you. You can read this question. This question was from our test, which was on the same ground. ठीक है. Similarly, a SRIJAN simulated test. We had a test 8, question number 4B. What ethical concern arise when artificial intelligence system influence human decision without transparency and accountability? Same question, same. No, it was with respect to technology. How technology somehow influence human decision. ठीक है. Now let's move to the next case study, which is case study number 11. Rajpuram is a border district. Zara and Biru, Jhara and Biru. Its two major communities are in continual conflict. So it is a border district. Now there are two communities who are in a continual conflict with each other. The social fabric is fractured and demands mending. Now the social fabric means the society is fractured. It is divided and demands mending. It demands reforms. ठीक है? Fractured means divided or broken. Okay. Ethnic tensions between the two communities have erupted into violence, resulting in a large number of deaths. Now, because of this ethnic tensions between the two communities have erupted into violence, resulting in a large number of deaths. The stated causes are conflicting land claims. So, what are the reasons for this conflict? Are conflicting land claims, uneven resources allocation, and inadequate political representation in government bodies. So, these are the reasons because of which there are conflict between these communities. Separate relief camp had to be created for the two communities. So they had to create a separate relief camp. The situation is volatile and appears to be getting out of control. So now the situation is volatile and appears to be getting out of control. Rajan has been appointed. Okay, Rajan. Now he is the main person here. Rajan has been appointed the district magistrate of Rajapuram and tasked to quickly get the situation under control. Now he has to control the situation. What is the situation? Ethnic conflict between two communities. What are the reasons? These are the reasons for the conflict. Okay. His immediate task include restoring administrative authority. His first function is to ensure that administrative authority is there. People are working them, like administration is working properly. Reopening the highway. He has to open the highway and initiate the peace talk between two communities. On taking over his appointment, Rajan realized that the inter-community rivalry had been seeped into the local administration and police. He said that this particular rivalry has been seeped. Seeped means entered into the local administration and police. This police and local administration has been biased in nature. Okay? They are, taking sides. With functional neutrality being the immediate casualty, there is no neutrality there. Okay? It had made both the communities distrustful of government. So now, as the police and administration is taking sides, for example, certain police officers will be from particular community, certain administrative officers will be from certain community. So there is a loss of public trust. Some people feel that police will take action in their favor. So there is a public distrust among the people. The neighboring country could utilize. Now the neighboring country could utilize the opportunity to spur insurgent activities. So now this opportunity can be utilized by neighboring country. For example, if I have to look from the current perspective, it can be from the Manipur conflict. Here we have, neighboring countries like China can take the benefit of Manipur conflict. Okay? So the neighboring country could utilize the opportunity to spur insurgent activities and further aggravate the situation. Rajan favored a controlled approach, starting with opening the highway to restore food and medical supplies. So Rajan favored a controlled approach. Rajan क्या बोलता है? He favored a controlled approach, starting with opening highway to restore food and medical supplies. He toyed with the idea of requisitioning CRPF units to help restore administrative control. Now he has been also thinking that we should have a CRPF units who can ensure the administrative control. So this is a whole case study with respect to the ethnic conflict between two communities, which are living in a border area. Now the reason for conflict has been mentioned. Now the Rajan is the district administrator, so he has a duty to ensure the peace and stability in the region. They have mentioned the issues that are in front of Rajan. Now Rajan has been thinking of opening the highway and deploying the CRPF to maintain the peace and order in the region. So now what are the questions they are asking? So first you have to discuss the ethical issues that need to be addressed in this case. What are the options open to Rajan? Which option would ensure protection of his non-partisan image without compromising ethics? So first question is with respect to ethical issues. Each and every question, if you are reading the case studies, each and every question is with respect to ethical issue. They have asked about ethical issues involved in each and every case study. So whenever you are going to read case studies, try to make a list of ethical issues with respect to each and every case study that you read. Okay? Because UPSC has been asking every time about the ethical issues involved in any case study. And what are the options open to Rajan? Which option would ensure protection? Now they are also asking about options and which option will be better. Okay? Same, we have to go for the introduction. You have to mention about the case study. What are the issues in the case study? Okay? Then mention the stakeholders, Rajan, the communities, okay? Local administration, police and state. Okay? So mention their interest. What are their interests? Okay? and then you have to go with the ethical issues involved. So what are the ethical issues involved in this particular case study? Yeah, this is inspired from the Northeast like Manipur issue. Okay, because mostly that issue is in the news, and they have made this case study without mentioning those name of those communities, but you know it is in that direction only. Okay. Now what are the ethical issues involved? But first is there is a compromise on non-partisanship. What is the first issue? Here they have mentioned how police and administrations are also taking biased decision. There is a division in the police and administrative functioning as well. So people have, you know, trust deficit in the government structure or institution. Okay, so first is ethical issue is compromise of non-partisanship, erosion of fiduciary trust. So there is a erosion of trust among people. Okay, because of this non-partisanship nature of the police and administration, it led to the trust deficit of people in the governance. Okay, threat to the right of life. People have a threat to right of life because of the conflict. There is a continuous fight between the people that leads to the damage to the, or maybe threat to the right to life. Failure of distributive justice. Because of these conflict, people are not getting the welfare, social welfare benefits. Okay, it has been impacting their distributive justice system as well. Or maybe also there is no proper justice in the society because police is biased in nature. Okay, administration is biased in nature, so there is no justice in the society. It can be in any way you can write it. Okay, national security vulnerability, because they have mentioned about the external actors or maybe neighboring country can take a benefit. So it also impacts the national security vulnerability, because how this situation can be misused by the external powers. Yes, one more left. Now after this we will have a last case study. Okay. Now what are the options and recommended course of action? Now we have to mention the options and which one will be the best option available to us. First is rely entirely on local police. आप जो local police और administration उनके ऊपर rely कर सकते हो. Use overwhelming military force. You can utilize military. Requisition of central CRPF. ठीक है, and build a multi-pronged peace strategy. That can be a recommended option. Okay, whenever you are mentioning about options, you have to go for the pros and cons as well. For example, why you are not taking this option, why you are not taking this option. Okay, why you are now, you have to justify this option which you are taking. So those options which you are not considering, you have to give justification for that as well. Ki I'm not taking these actions because these are flawed in nature, these are against the constitutional provisions, these are against these ethical frameworks. So that is how you have to justify your arguments for other options as well. Okay, so justification for the recommended option. Now we have taken the last option, which is with respect to the strategic reforms or peace talks without without undermining the rights of other people. So here the first is deploy neutral force, because CRPF will be neutral force, because people's trust have been broken already, because they believe that the police and administration is in control of each community. Okay, some feel that it is in favor of them, some feels that it is in favor of the other community. So there is a breach of trust. Okay, there is a trust deficit. So for that we need to have a neutral force and immediately requisition of CRPF to ensure the highway and relief camps. This bypass local police biasness, projecting an image of absolute objectivity and state authority. It somehow shows that how state has been working for them. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you Sandeep, take care. Okay, so second is ensure humanitarian relief. You can focus on humanitarian relief, because there is also problem with respect to highways are closed, because of which there is no facility of medical and other food resources. So we have to focus on humanitarian relief as well. Okay, we have to provide the basic facilities. Restructure local administration. Those administrative officials who are biased in nature, there should be a proper change in the removal of officials who are not doing their duties properly. Then initiate inclusive dialogues. There should be proper dialogues between different communities. Like we are discuss about persuasion. We can use a persuasion technique, or maybe social influence, to ensure that there is a proper dialogue between both the communities to ensure the peace and stability. Fortify borders. Now because we have a national security issue as well, so what we can do is we can fortify the border issue so that the external players should not take the benefit of the situation that we are facing in our internal land. Okay, so these are the justification that you can give for your course of action that you are taking. ठीक है, वापस मैं आऊंगी जब मेरा नेक्स्ट बैच होगा. आई लेट यू नो इन द ग्रुप. ठीक है, तो दिस इज द कंक्लूजन. ठीक है, यू कैन मेंशन एनीथिंग इन कंक्लूजन. यू जस्ट हैव टू गिव अ optimistic approach with respect to the particular case study. ठीक है, how we can protect our land, how we can ensure the public public servant को अपना काम कैसे करना चाहिए. Those are the arguments that you have to give in the conclusion. ठीक है, now let's move to the last case study, which is case number 12. Ajit has been recently promoted as the head of the Department of Weapon Sales in Ministry of Defence Production. His character of duties includes international sales of weapons produced domestically by MDP. The two recent wars, MDP weapons have performed admirably, resulting in many countries showing interest in buying them, particularly long-range artillery and missiles. Because of the performance of our weapons, there is a demand by various countries. So now, country A and country B, there are two countries, country A and country B, have asked for these weapons. They have asked for these weapons. However, production constraints restrict DWS to accept only one purchase. So now the problem is there are two countries who are approaching us for these weapons, but we have a production constraints. We do not have adequate weapons. Okay? So we have a constraint with respect to production, which restrict DWS to accept only one purchase. So we can accept only one purchase, one order only. Country, now they are mentioning about countries. So country A is a developing nation with a sound technology bias. Okay, there is a sound technology bias. That country has a great technology. MDP is planning R&D collaboration. So we are planning that we will give to them and we can have a R&D collaboration with that particular country. Okay, with for next generation of weapons, we can have a collaboration. We both will come together and we will work on research and development for defense technology. It is not part of any security alliance, but problem is this country is not a part of any security alliance. Okay, and needs weapon for protection from a troublesome neighborhood, and they need this weapon for their protection from the neighboring country which has been threatening them. It seeks a large acquisition on a long term loan. Now they want a large acquisition, को बहुत ज़्यादा weapons की ज़रूरत है, and on a long term loan. They need a long term loan. Now there is a second country, country B. It is also a developing nation. Military strength is its priority. It has a priority of having a military strength, with military budget often ingressing into allocation of human resources and infrastructure development. So they have a huge military budget which are somehow impacting their human resource and infrastructure development. It is in security alliance with the superpower. They have a security alliance with the superpower nation, for example maybe with USA, okay, who has a large military base there and periodically allots its financial grants. Those countries, that superpower also has been giving them financial grants for these military bases. It is a member of an economic bloc. It is a member of an economic bloc with which the government is currently negotiating a free trade agreement. ठीक है, it is a member of that particular bloc जिसके साथ our government has been negotiating a free trade agreement. It is not a signatory of NPT, ठीक है, non-proliferation treaty, but possess small nuclear weapons and delivery system. It sports some guerrilla forces abroad. It has sought a smaller acquisition and is prepared to make some advance payments. So they just need some small weapons and they have made an advance payment. They have been promised that we will make a small payment. It is currently negotiating arm purchase from another nation. So they are negotiating with other nations as well too. So Ajit discussed this case with his counterparts in the related department. So he has discussed the case. Therein the significant economic benefits, employment generation and stronger diplomatic relation arises from this sale were highlighted. It was also emphasized that the refusing the deal could result in country B purchasing weapons from some other supplier. So if we refuse the country B, they can take weapons from some other country. Ajit was aware that in arms sales, due to due diligence at each stage was pivotal to ensure conformity to national policy and international treaties. So we have two countries. ठीक है, country A and country B. Country B is a developing country. Country A is a developing country. Country B is also a developing country. Country A needs it for the self defense, ठीक है, to protect it from the neighboring country. ठीक है, they want a huge bulk and they are also ready for the R&D facilities. They will share a technology with us as well. ठीक है, but country B, they are also developing countries, but they are using it to threaten other countries. ठीक है, and they have a trade deal with the superpower, and superpower provide them financial aid as well, and they are also having a deal with some other country with respect to defense weapons. ठीक है, so these are the case studies. Now Ajit has a dilemma ki which country he should give the trade deal. So now in this case study, what we have, the issues that we have in our hand. So first go with the questions. So discuss the options available. They are asking about the questions available. So in this question they didn't ask the ethical issues, so you don't have to mention the ethical issues here. Although if you want to mention, you don't have much to write, then you can mention the ethical issues, but here in this particular case study they didn't ask about the ethical issues, so you have to go with the demand of the question. So discuss the options available to the Ajit. Which option should he select? So now you have to discuss what are the options available and which option he should go for. How can Ajit balance the nation's economic strategic interest with ethical consideration? Now he have to balance between economic interest and strategic interest. So if he go with country A, what are the national interests at stake? If he go with country B, what national interests are at stake, and how he should balance them? That is what you have to mention this answer. Okay. Now start with introduction. Introduction, you have to just mention the context of the case study. What is this case study about? How it involves the national security and economical consideration. So this is the gist of the case study, which you can mention in the introduction. This case study highlights the complex ethical dilemma in international arms trade, where an administrator must balance short-term economic gains and diplomatic pragmatism with global peace, constitutional morality, and long-term strategic integrity. Then mention the stakeholders. Okay. Ajit, he should uphold the national policy, ethical arms deal, and strategic prudence. Country B, military expansion. Okay, that interest you can mention. Okay, global community, preventing the nuclear proliferation. Okay. And now you have to mention the options available and recommended choice. Ajit has 3 primary options. First is sell to country B. He can sell to country B. It yields immediate financial advantage because they are giving the money in advance. So it will give a financial advances, and aids FTA negotiation because we are negotiating with that superpower. So they have a trade deal with them. So it will help us in FTA negotiation as well. But it violates the international ethics by arming a state supporting guerrilla wars. Okay? So they are involving in guerrilla wars or some illegal practices. So it will somehow impact or violate the international ethics. Then he can sell it to the country A. If we sell it to the country A, it ensures weapons are used purely for self-defense because that country needs those weapons for the self-defense. It also fosters the R&D. It also helps us in the R&D. So it is a good deal for us. Though it requires offering a financial loan. But the issue is we have to give them the loan. So that is how, this is the dilemma in front of Ajit. Whether he has to go for the financial economic benefits or national security. Somehow we cannot give weapons to someone which is involving in guerrilla warfare. Okay? So these are the challenges in front of the Ajit. Or he can go with the delay or cancel the sale. या तो उसको delay कर दिया, cancel कर दिया, but that is not going to be a beneficial. Avoid immediate risk but harms the domestic defense industry and national economic industry. It impacts both. ये हमारे defense technology को भी impact करता है. It also impacts the national economic interest. ठीक है? So now recommended option, sell the country A. So now they are saying we should sell it to the country A. Okay? So this is our recommendation. So how we can justify this recommendation? So justification is, while country B offers quick money, arming a non-NTP state, because that country is also non-NTP, that country B. So they can misuse the technology, which means they can use it in a illegal way or in wrong way. So we cannot sell our technology to a country which is not a member of non-proliferation treaty. So they can misuse that power. Okay? So you can mention that we cannot export our arms to the country which is not an NTP member, that funds guerrilla war. Okay? Lacks administrative prudence and actively compromise global security. Country A aligns with ethical principles of self-defense. So self-defense is an ethical reason for having a trade deal. Furthermore, further R&D partnership. So country is also giving us a R&D partnership. It is a good deal for us. We will benefit from their research and development. With country A, offers sustainable strategic benefit that far outweigh country B's short-term advance loan. So country B is just giving short-term arm loan, and they also have a choice. They can go for some other countries as well. Okay? So in long term, it is not a beneficial deal for us. But with country A, we can have a long term because they are providing us a long-term loan, and they are also promising that they need huge or bulk of weapons for their defense purposes. So it is a good deal for us for a longer term period, and also from the ethical consideration as well, because they are not violating any international principles. Okay? Next, the balancing economic strategic interest with ethics. Now we are mentioning why Ajit is going with this particular route. It ensures there is a proper accountability. It ensures the accountability. This particular route ensures the accountability. Okay? It is adherence to the international treaties because that country is not violating, is not misusing their power. Okay? So they align with the global rules and regulations. Prioritizing defense over offensive use. We are prioritizing defensive over offensive use. So country A requires that for self-defense. So our focus is on self-defense instead of offense. Okay? Because country B is more likely shown as an aggressive country. Okay? And country B has been shown as an aggressive country. Country A has been shown as a decent country which has been doing this trade deal just for their defense. Okay? So you can mention that part. long term strategic versus short term economic gains. So here our focus is on the long term gains. Long term we are looking for R&D. ठीक है, long term defense deal will be there. ठीक है, so these are the long term benefits. Then upholding constitutional morality. In a constitution we go for like a foreign policy which should be based on promoting peace and harmony. So country A's जो deal is more in favor of Article 21, which shows that there is a peace and tranquility or maybe the harmony in the society. ठीक है, that can be mentioned here. ठीक है, and then you have to conclude your answer by mentioning that कि how, you know, as a country we need to adhere to the international regulation and norms, and we need to balance both our strategic interest and economic benefits. So country A is the best option for us because it somehow balances both interests. So this is about today's session. I hope things are clear to you, and if you have any doubts you can ask me, and then I will wind up this session. Before ending this session, I just want to discuss about SRIJAN batch. It's a holistic batch which covers both prelims and mains ka preparation. It starts from 2nd September 2026, so you can enroll in this particular batch. So there are toppers who have enrolled in previous SRIJAN batches and they have got benefit out of it. And for more information, you can scan this particular code. It will give you information about the batch, and for more information, you can contact with the team regarding the batch or how to enroll in this particular batch. So thank you so much. I hope things are clear to you, and if you have any doubt, you can ask me on my Telegram channel and or on anywhere. So I hope things are clear to you. This year the paper was little unconventional, but it was on easier side. Case studies were very easy in nature. They were short in nature, and there were hardly 2 questions asked, and most of the options were very easy. Most of the case studies were easy to understand. So I hope things are clear to you. So just for the mains, you have to focus on answer writing. You can enroll in any test series to start practicing. Try to write at least two answers daily. That will help you to improve your, you know, skills of answer writing. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. All the best. Take care.